All right. Well, last time we all met, the Crown Collectors had embarked on a number of adventures leading up to the Ellington Classic. You traversed the plains to claim a prize in the form of a boulet head, which you promptly handed over to Sir Luther, who introduced you to his fiancée, his beloved, his betrothed, the Lady Kethra. You also were invited to the Duke's castle to explain your perspective on a undead incursion into the city, which some of you have seen before, and were subsequently invited to take part in the Classic Ball, which is sort of an elite, high society, fancy schmancy dance that evening. Not wanting to miss out on an opportunity to investigate the breakers, you attended in your Sunday best. You all looked ravishing, by the way, and learned quite a bit. Learned that there are at least one, maybe two of these breakers in town for the Classic, one of which was able to sneak into the inner circle of the Crown Collectors and steal a dance from Maven, who, unbeknownst to her, was dancing with a member of the breakers. Baranor received a note from his contact within the syndicate, Jen, to meet him at the dustbin, an after party ensued, which some of you were able to take part in watching a rather unorthodox but nevertheless heavily entertaining musical troupe known as Bloodface, and learning a little bit of further information during this after party about the breakers and their intentions and location. And as the night came to a close and you all kind of found your way back to the Hargrove estate to get ready for the Ellington, or get ready for the archery contest, you found yourselves on the lawn the next day and were able to watch as Baranor proved his skills in archery and found himself to win the archery contest. He's a few hundred gold pieces richer, and he's got a little bit of renown amongst the archery community. And that's kind of where we left off. It was that evening that you all kind of found yourselves in celebration of Baranor and his accomplishment. So we're going to pick up right there. It is that evening. You find yourselves back at the Hargrove estate with Baranor fresh off of a win. What would you guys like to do?
Well, maybe we should go out to celebrate.
I think that's as good an idea as anything.
Sounds good.
Sounds pretty good.
Does anybody remember what those breakers, what their names were? Did we even get their names?
Let me see. I thought I had them at one time.
That's a you guys thing. I was not there for that.
The Goliath, the leader, I think his name is Tor.
Well, anyway, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, and Castellan was the name of the soft shoe with Maven.
Yeah. So far, you know Tor being the leader, and the masked humanoid half-elf could be. You seem to always... Oh, no, you did... I would say you saw his ears. He was kind of dancing around without his hood, but Castellan was the one that danced with Maven, and Gorm was the dwarf, but you've already dispatched him.
Yeah, we fed him we fed his head to the bog mother, which I don't know if that's gonna, hinder our mission at all.
I don't think so.
No.
Well done, Baranor. You did awesome in your archery contest.
Thank you.
That was most impressive to watch.
Well done. Yes, a fine act of shooting.
It was a good day. The fates were smiling on me for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fight you at range, that's for sure.
At range, yes. At
Good to know
close
you're
range,
on our side.
yeah.
As long as he's not shooting at a member of his party, he's dead on.
Well, that could be a good thing in the right circumstance.
That was it. I had a mental block because I was shooting at a party member, and friendly fire is not a thing.
Okay. Keep telling yourself that.
That's why
That's
I'm just coming up with tactics now if I ever need to go against you.
Yeah.
Just appeal to his. I can't. Why did I forget what I was saying while I was saying it?
happens to the best of us.
Saturday brain.
More coffee.
So where do you guys want to go to drink? Or what do you guys want to do to celebrate?
Well, at this point, you're at the Hargrove estate, and you're just kind of hanging out in the lounge, and Sir Luther with Lady Kethra at his arm, they approach and offer their congratulations. Sir Baranor, I hear you brought home the trophy or the purse of the archery contest. Is that correct?
I did indeed. You didn't see.
No, I was busy shining my armor, getting it ready for the coming battles in the coming days. I understand you are all entered into tomorrow's team battle. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is.
Excuse me. Both Sir Luther and the DM forgot that there's a blacksmithing contest in the middle of that.
Oh my god, really?
Axton, you'll be performing in the blacksmithing competition tomorrow, right?
I am, but I'm not very skilled. I'm still a novice.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yes, nonsense.
He's a blue master.
I expect a world-class piece of armor or weaponry out of you by tomorrow. Although I have heard that the legendary blacksmith Oligram Basher will be attending. He attends every year. I believe this will be his sixth contest since his first. But you're made of stern stock. I have no doubt that you'll impress. And Lady Kethra just kind of sidles up next to you all and says, With Baranor winning the archery contest, I think we should all go out and celebrate. There is a local eatery that is perfect for this type of celebration. Would you all like to join us?
Sure.
Of course.
Perfect. It's the only place in all of Dane that serves these crumpet dishes that reminds me of home. I would love for you to try them.
Sounds good. Let's
Sounds like a fun time.
get on our evening finest and let's go.
Sounds good.
All right, yeah. You guys kind of get as dressed up as you can. Perhaps not as decadently as you did for the ball, but certainly a little smarter than your traveling adventuring gear.
Okay, what kind of establishment is it, though?
Well, I'll say that the house, the major domo, is one to go to as far as advice, and Dalkin, the Hargrove butler, he lets you know it's business casual, like maybe a nice jacket, but not necessarily an evening gala, a regalia kind of a thing.
Okay.
All right, so I'll just get any old outfit I got laying around then.
Oh yeah, most of your threads are definitely appropriate for an evening out for sure. And Sir Luther and his brother Sir Thorsten and their plus ones are able to fit within the carriage. A couple of you are going to have to grab your horses. It's no big deal though. The evening air is crisp and chilly. The stars are out. There don't seem to be many clouds out tonight, and as you all make your way towards the center of the city, towards it's the nicer part of Dane, although like I've said before, Dane is really not split up into classes or districts. Everything's just kind of mixed and melded together. You find yourselves at the Prancing Horse establishment. It's not exactly a tavern. It's a little nicer than a pub or a tavern, although there are it looks like there are people kind of passing out tankards and the tables are made of wood and the walls are made of wood, but it's slightly nicer. You're all directed to a corner table and kind of a long rectangular table where you can all fit. And you guys, the waiter or waitress sidles up to your table, takes your order. You're offered. There's chicken. There's beef. There's fish, things like that. It's not exactly stew, but it's not as upper crusty as you were eating a couple days ago. So at this point, Sir Thorsten kind of holds up a hand and says, keep your purses to yourselves. Dinner's on me tonight. And he just slides 3 gold pieces to the barmaid who is taking everybody's order.
Oh,
and yeah. It seems like Lady Kethra is a little particular in what she wants to eat. She's ordered a round of this crispy layered. It's kind of like a pastry, a savory pastry, almost like a croissant that's been filled with beef and cheese, and it's like layered very thin, and she's very particular about her meal. She orders vegetables, but a certain specific type of vegetable, and all of you kind of grow a little impatient with how long she's taking to place her order. She's kind of doing the whole thing of, if it's undercooked, I'll send it back, and things like that. It's not. It doesn't put any of you off, but it definitely, you're all hungry. You're ready to get on with the ordering process, and Lady Kethra seems to be kind of maybe holding it up a little bit. She seems very particular in what she eats.
Insight check. I'd like to see, just kind of watching her body language and her cues, to see if there's anything I can glean from it regarding her personality.
Yeah, sure. Roll an insight check.
Baranor's going to snack on some grilled jerky.
You're going to pull out jerky in the middle of a restaurant?
Gotta sneak it,
Okay, make a sleight of hand.
All right.
With your 23, up to this point, I mean, that's really high, so I'll give you this much. Up to this point, Lady Kethra has been very polite and very charming and very gracious of everyone's company, but this is kind of the first time that you notice that she's perhaps a little rude to waitstaff. It's not like she's not being rude, but she's being very direct and very demanding and kind of expectant of what she is asking of the waitress to provide for her meal. And she is a lady. She comes from she definitely seems to come from money and nobility, and perhaps she's used to being treated a certain way by the help. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With a sleight of hand of 16, you're kind of keeping it low, keeping it in your fist, and kind of gnawing it every now and then. Nobody seems to really notice
I noticed.
or care.
Of course. Everybody else is just thinking it.
You do, however, smell an effervescent aroma of savory and spices emanating from definitely the kitchen, but it's permeated the entire tavern. You're seeing plates of pewter and porcelain being laid in front of people with sauce-covered fish with grilled vegetables and slices of rare cooked beef and pork and with spices and herbs sprinkled over top of them. It's definitely not road food, which is what you're used to, but it's enticing your appetite. And the jerky right now, you might as well be chewing on shoe leather because of what you're expecting to get from your meal. And while you're waiting for the meal to be brought to you, Lady Kethra kind of leans in close and says, what can we expect from the team battle in a couple of days? I understand that you are all entered into that contest, right?
Yes, we are already.
I hear they're going to be bringing people from all walks of soon, and that they're even going to be allowing the entering of automatons. I have heard that there is a robot that is being controlled by a team of gnomes, and they will be entered into the battle as well. Have you heard?
No. That is a new one on me.
Yes, I am very much looking forward to these automaton showing an appearance. Of course, I'm going to be cheering for you, of course, but it will be something to see a being of metal and magic just set loose on a group of adventurers is thrilling, to say the least.
Well, from my understanding, this isn't going to be the first automaton that the Crown Collectors have fought.
That is true. At this point, Adgeir kind of pipes up and he says, "Yeah, me and Yuno were at the bottom of the mage's fortress, and we fought a iron golem. Isn't that right, Yuno? Do you remember that?"
Yeah, that was at the beginning. That was a good time. We took that thing down like that, no problem.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was already pretty fucked up from a previous adventuring party that it promptly slaughtered.
We took it down. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? We're the only ones left that remembers anything, so whatever Yuno says is right. And he you see Adgeir kind of scratching at a scar on his neck.
History is written by the winners, right?
Absolutely.
About this time, your meals are brought to you and placed in front of you, steaming hot. Just the aroma of the savory and spice filling your nostrils, and you hear Lady Kethra kind of scoff a little bit. "Oh, they forgot my... Damn it." And she kind of waves the waiter over, and the waitress kind of, "Is there anything I can do for you, dearie? I asked you to make sure that this was cooked medium rare. This is clearly... You know what? Here, take this back and bring me what I ordered." And the waitress just kind of like looks at all of you with these big golf ball eyes, and she says, "What are you standing here for? Do as I said." And she shoves the plate in the waitress's lap, and it kind of spills some of the sauce and grease on the floor. And Lady Kethra just kind of looks at you all, and she kind of composes herself and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. It has been It's been a rather stressful couple of days. And she kind of slides the waitress a couple of silver pieces, and she goes, "For your troubles, I apologize. I just like my meat cooked a very certain way. Otherwise, my digestive tract doesn't exactly agree with improperly cooked food. Apologies." And the waitress just kind of like gives a gentle nod in a polite nod, but kind of scans the rest of you for perhaps, I don't know, sympathy or like, can you believe this basic bitch? And
daggers with my eyes at Lady Kethra right now. Like, unacceptable behavior as far as I'm concerned.
I give the waitress just kind of a gentle nod.
You see, and Lady Kethra just, like, she kind of realizes that, you know what? Better yet, how about I get an insight from, let's see here, Barry, Sazaros, or excuse me, Axton, Sazaros, and Maven. Let me get an insight from the three of you.
That 23 can't hold over.
Yeah, you know what? Yours is fine. I'll leave yours. That was pretty good.
We're too mad to really function properly, apparently. 10.
10? Yeah, I mean, she was being pretty rude. Not really acceptable in high society, although probably expected from some of the more upper crusties. But not exactly sure where that came from. This is sort of the first time you've seen Lady Kethra not in her usual bubbly form. So
yeah, I don't recall her ever being this like rude before.
Yeah.
Something must be wrong. I have no idea why.
No, just seems kind of strange. But, Sir Luther just kind of giggles it away and just, it'll be fine, dear, no worries. And at this point, Sir Luther stands up. He raises a glass of wine. Mind you, a glass of wine, which is not something that all of you have seen before, as usually you're drinking out of metal or wood tankards, or perhaps even like a pewter goblet or chalice. But to see a glass flute holding wine is definitely different. I mean, you guys are used to potions and stuff being in little glass vials and things, but to see wine in a glass goblet like this is definitely a change of pace. He raises a glass and he kind of taps it with his two-pronged fork and says, "If I could get everyone's attention, please. I would like to take this opportunity to not only thank the Crown Collectors for their service to the Hargrove estate, myself being the sole proprietor of their services in the form of the head of the land shark, but I would also like to thank my brother for his hospitality in providing his home to us for the duration of the Ellington Classic. And I would also like to take this opportunity to formally invite the Crown Collectors to mine and Lady Kethra's wedding. We've worked out all the details. We finally have a venue. And, well, being that the Ellington Classic is a cause for celebration, I can think of no better reason than to move up our wedding to, let's say, a week from now. Oh. We'll get married on the Hargrove estate itself. I have no doubt that I'll be able to drum up the necessary particulars in the form of minstrels and services, but, well, these past few months with Lady Kethra have just been absolutely wonderful, and I can think of no reason to wait to wed this beautiful, beautiful woman. And you just see Lady Kethra's normally pale face just kind of blush, and she's been wearing this rather large black diamond on her ring finger, and you guys have all kind of gathered that these two they get along very, very well. They're usually either alone in a room someplace or giggling to each other on a couch or at a table, and they just have always seemed to sort of get along very well. As a matter of fact, after you guys arrived from bringing the Boulay head back, they haven't been apart. So what say you all? Shall you attend the festivities of our joining of our houses?
Of course.
How could we refuse such a generous invitation?
Congratulations to the both of you.
Oh, thank you so much. I've always wanted to have a wedding in a land far away, and I can think of no better place than Dane. And she kind of raises her glass too, and Sir Thorsten and Lady Penelope raise theirs, although Penelope is drinking water. And yeah, you have your meals are had, their wine is drunk. The evening's music is something that Sazaros, I'm sure, would have some words for the minstrels as far as the setting the right tone, but it's perfectly enjoyable. The night draws to somewhat of a close. If there's anything anybody would like to discuss or say in the interim.
Well, I'm curious, Sir Luther. I'm curious as to the circumstances of how you and Lady Kethra met from being such a great distance living apart from each other. How did you meet up, perchance?
Well, I'm absolute rubbish when it comes to telling a story. Kethra loves telling how we met. Why don't you tell him, dear? And Lady Kethra kind of straightens up, and you notice the bubbly nature of her personality quickly return, and she just kind of leans in close to Sir Luther and gives him a kiss on his cheek, and she says, "Well, I come from the southern continent of Mazira, a dark and shadowy place called Raizazen. It is at the base of a string of volcanic mountains. And my family, well, it's not always the most pleasant place in the world. So I just had to get out and see the rest what Soon had to offer. I've spent some time in Jurstenheim. I spent some time in the Izumi Islands. And found myself a few years ago exploring the lands of Valandiir. So Luther here was someone who was attached to the garrison of knights that were offered to provide me and my family protection on when we were traveling. And we were beset by a group of bandits on the road. Sir Luther here stepped in and was so brave, and you see Sir Luther just kind of beams a little. He kind of stands a little taller, a little straighter, but he's also kind of showing signs of being a little bashful. He's definitely used to people talking about how brave he is, but when it comes to Lady Kethra, it seems a little, perhaps, I don't know, a little unearned in his eyes. He saved my life, and I was eternally grateful from him, and we grew close. We began to talk, and found that we share many of the same interests, and from that day forward, we were inseparable. And he proposed and asked for my hand in marriage not more than 3 months ago, and we have been eagerly awaiting our lives together ever since. It really is a fairy tale, to say the least, and I can only tell you how proud I am of his exploits and how worried I am when he has to leave to perform his duties as a Knight of Dane. And she just kind of, you can see her just kind of like playing with the curls of his blonde hair around his ears, and just kind of tracing the lines of his jaw with her finger, and And you see their eyes lock, and that familiar kind of glow about his skin, and a glazed look over each of their eyes as they kind of lose each other in each other's gaze.
Okay. Yeah, fighting off the wave of nausea now at that.
Yeah, they start to place kisses on each other's cheek, and they're not too shy about public displays of affection. And
Right.
It definitely seems like perhaps Lady Kethra has awoken that in Sir Luther, as you notice that while Sir Thorsten and Lady Penelope are not, cold to each other, they're definitely used to a little more decorum and a little bit of restraint when it comes to that kind of thing in public. I mean, she lays her head on Sir Thorsten's shoulder, and they hold hands, and they're affectionate in that way, but not as not as close not as physical as Lady Kethra and Sir Luther are, and they get to the point now where they seem to be ready to leave, perhaps, and the waitresses they take away the dinner settings and the glasses and things like that.
Okay. Well, as everything's wrapping up, as everybody else feel getting some shut-eye, so our Master Smith can make his best effort tomorrow.
Sounds like we could use it.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, the ride home is just as pleasant as the ride to the restaurant. You have to kind of look away a little as Sir Luther and Lady Kethra, they kind of start making out a little bit. And it's like, if any of you... Yeah, really. If any of you have ever been to prom and your friend is just making out in the limo across the seat from you, it's kind of how it feels. And this is not the first time that they've done this with all of you present. They just don't seem to care that you're there. And it doesn't get X-rated or anything, but it's definitely, it makes you just a little uncomfortable, and a few of you kind of strike up just completely arbitrary conversations to sort of fill the carriage with noise, so as to
how about that sports team?
Yeah.
Yay, sports.
But you eventually arrive back at the Hargrove estate, and Sir Dalkin and the staff help you down from the carriage, and you find your way yourselves to your rooms. So, Axton, you will know that the blacksmithing competition is to be taking place at what's called Sternforge Lane.
Okay.
Which is kind of the blacksmithing district. There are other blacksmithing shops and storefronts dotted around Dane, but Sternforge Lane is sort of where the hub of crafting can be found. It's not just smithing, by the way. There's a lot of general metalwork, like the making of beams or plates. There's also things like there's a livery there with a rather you've taken some time over the past couple of days to sort of scout around, and there's someone there that makes horseshoes and nails and bracketing and things like that. But that's the hub that you're going to be looking for. The night passes without issue, obviously. No threat of monster incursion into your dwelling where you're at.
Before I, get ready to go to sleep, I'm going to sit down and start meditating and start praying to the Moonweaver.
Okay. You close your eyes, and those familiar thoughts of a upturned crescent moon, kind of pale and blue of color, start to enter your mind. What would you like to say to the Moonweaver?
Oh, great Moonweaver. I have stuck with these people for a good amount of time, and I've been greatly wounded before, and was wondering if you could offer any counsel about how I could use my natural prowess to fashion some sort of armor out of the natural resources around me. If there was a specific place I should start searching.
Why don't you go ahead and make a persuasion check?
Sure thing. Let me just pull up my character sheet real quick. That's a 16.
16. Wordlessly, you feel an emotional response. And it's one of kind of gentle understanding that this is something you've been pursuing for some time, and that you perhaps have been attempting to pursue it in not exactly the right way. You feel a rush of wind, although your hair and clothing do not move. You feel a crispness to the air as if you were outside. And your vision goes dark and is replaced with what looks like a view of you traveling over a stream or river along its current. And you see kind of a forest on either side of you. And you hear kind of the humming of a matronly kind of a mother humming to its child. And your vision climbs in altitude, and you see yourself over the trees, and there before you, in the distance, perhaps several miles away, is a massive canopy. It's night, so it's difficult to really make out any details. But you just see before you this gargantuan, round canopy of leaves that towers over the trees around it. And you kind of scan the skies, and you notice constellations that you recognize. And being that you've never been here before, but you're able to recognize the constellations, this is now. You can see that this is a night sky that, if you were here, would look the same as if you were there now. So this is not something from the past or future. And you can wager a guess that you're being shown the night sky as it is now. And if that were true, based on where these constellations are, that you're being shown something to the west of you. The northwest, to be more specific.
I slowly, open my eyes and kind of grasp my holy symbol. Thank you.
And you feel hands on your shoulders that you didn't really notice before, but now that they're being released, you feel that pressure of someone holding you and comforting you and encouraging you. And that feeling dissipates, and you find yourself back in the room of the Hargrove estate.
At this point, I will kind of get comfortable in whatever bed situation I'm finding myself in, and just drift off to sleep.
Yeah, you have to kind of curl up. It's a little... the beds are small for your frame. They're not built for furbolgs, that's for sure.
Not a lot is.
Anybody else have any nightly routines or anything they wish to accomplish tonight before you all drift to sleep?
I'm going to read my book for about an hour.
Okay. Go ahead and mark an hour.
30 minutes.
About what time is it?
It's about 9:30, 10 o'clock at this point.
I'll wait till tomorrow.
Okay.
We just write up some plans or try to come up with some ideas of what materials I might have to use and just, prepare what I think, I need to craft.
Sure. Axton, why don't you go ahead and give me a general intelligence check?
My favorites.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Natural 20. So, nice. I mean, obviously, you're sort of operating right now in a vacuum. You're not gaining any influence from anything. You're just sort of taking this time to think about, okay, what would a blacksmith need? What would a blacksmith do? You're trying to use your own life experience and basic logic to kind of work out, all right, what's the first step? All right, the first step is I got to gather some metal. Second step is da-da-da-da-da. And you're kind of sort of preparing yourself mentally for what would it take to produce something that you can enter into this contest. And, I'm going to say that you definitely come up with, what logically you would have to do to, definitely going to have to work on forge welding steel together, and perhaps I do know that when you're blacksmithing, you have to make sure that you don't overcook the metal, that you don't make it too hot, and you definitely don't want it to be too cold, because then it's going to take you forever to shape the metal. And you definitely feel confident that you've got somewhere to start from.
Mm-hmm.
You're definitely hoping that you'll gain some inspiration on what to make the next morning once you arrive at Sternforge Lane.
Okie dokie.
Mm-hmm.
It will kill.
It will shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Oh, yeah, that does happen.
Oh, boy.
I made it that way.
It's one of those special breakaway
swords.
feature.
Make sure to quench at the right time.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else from anybody, the evening passes and you all are able to apply your long rest, although I don't think anybody has any need of a long rest as far as benefits, other than sleep.
I definitely need a long rest. I used up quite a few spell slots today.
Sure. The morning finds you all, as it has over the past few days. You can hear birds chirping through your windows. The beds that you've been provided with are comfortable enough to where you wake up feeling well rested. You're treated to a breakfast of eggs and bacon and potatoes, courtesy of the house staff of the Hargrove estate. Axton, you feel your fingers itching for a hammer and a pair of and to break in your new smithing tools that you purchased a couple days ago.
Okay, perfect. Can't wait to get to my tools.
I will ask the rest of the party, as this will obviously be a challenge for for Axton, and he'll be soaking up a lot of attention for this challenge, as Baranor's character was, of course, for the archery contest. So I'll ask everybody else throughout the proceedings of this smithing contest what your characters will be doing, what you'll be pursuing, just so that everybody's got something to do. If there is anybody that will be joining Axton to Sternforge Lane, we can go that route. Or if you want to break off and kind of do your own thing for the day, that's fine too. So we'll start with Dr. Bean. What is Sazaros doing this as you see Axton just sort of gathering up his gear?
I will, with Axton's permission, kind of go along with him for some moral support.
I could definitely use your inspiration for this. Having somebody in my corner would definitely be beneficial.
So you can always count on me to be in your corner.
Okay.
All right.
Very cool. So, Koza, what's Koza going to do this morning?
I'll say I'll probably be hanging around with either Yuno or Baranor.
Okay. Well, Atgeir is going to go with Axton. He's going to cheer on his buddy. And that leaves Yuno. What is Yuno doing?
Yuno's going to cast Alarm as a ritual to re-up his ward.
Okay.
And then Yuno's going to travel with Axton and Sazaros, because Yuno doesn't want to get stabbed in the dark, and the prince probably won't stab Yuno in the middle of a field. Probably.
I don't think it's in a field, is it?
Nope, it's in one of the denser packed portions of Dane. On Sternforge Lane is one of the more industrial sectors of the city. It's not as industrial as, say, Brackenshire. There's not smog that's just filling the streets, but it's definitely where metal is worked and things are crafted.
Can we request of Atgeir?
Sure.
Whether he chooses to do it or not. A couple of things that have been left undone. One, trying to find somebody to smelt all this ore. It'd be nice to see if maybe he could kind of, take a chunk of this stuff, take it to a smelter and see if we can, figure out, is this indeed what we think it is, platinum? And, what would be how much time does it generally take to smelt down a unit, and how much would it be worth?
All right, let me make an investigation check for him. 19. Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to take him the better part of a day to have this. At least I'll say that he found himself a forge that will appraise these. I think it was like 300 pounds of ore or something like that.
And we also picked up some other unusual rock samples too.
Yes, you did. I think that's in the possession of Axton, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is.
He just has a rock with this strange brass or bronze colored vein running through it that none of you have ever really seen before. I'll say he found a forge that will be able to appraise the rock ore or the platinum ore. It is indeed platinum. He kind of turned it in, and he'll return later to see what it's worth.
Yeah, we have a lot of that ore, don't we?
Yeah, we said 300 pounds.
Oh my god.
Now, I'll say this, that you guys were traveling with that ore for a while, so I'm not going to make you roll because you were able to look at it, and using your eyeballs is not difficult. You did notice that it is mostly rock. It's raw ore. It's not like solid platinum. It was It was rock with heavy veins and glittering sprinkles of platinum running through it. But it's not like you have 300 pounds of pure platinum. So you're not gonna have whatever 300 pounds of coin would be. You're not gonna have that. But it's a significant amount for sure. And so it seems like Koza, Sazaros, and Barry are all kind of hanging out at Sternforge Lane today. What's Maven doing?
She's gonna go to the temple and spend the day either trading or in meditation, running laps, monk stuff.
Okay. All right, keep that in mind. And last but not least, Baranor. What's Baranor doing today?
I will be returning to the dustbin to see my contact there. And then I will be returning to the lane. I have business at the livery.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okie dokie. So, Axton and crew. I'll say this, that Axton, you definitely set out early, maybe 20-30 minutes ahead of everybody else, just to kind of maybe get a head start, and everybody else is definitely going to meet you there, but you kind of wanted to get a leg up on maybe the competition. Maybe you wanted to scope out the competition grounds and see what where this competition would be being held. Maybe meet some people. Maybe take a look at some weapons and gain some inspiration on what you wanted to make for this contest. And as you make your way on your own to Sternforge Lane, you can hear the faint sound of someone struggling from around a corner in an alley.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like someone's kind of grunting or trying to lift something and having trouble and kind of cursing under their breath a little bit.
Here, let me help you with that.
Yeah, closer inspection, it reveals a short man. Let me bring up my images here.
Oh.
It reveals a short man in a hood. He's fighting against a broken hand-cart wheel.
Okay, I can help you with this.
Yeah, let me see here. Boop, 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 boop. I figured out a faster way to get stuff on here. Yeah. The cart is filled with what appears to be tools and slag steel. The man doesn't reveal his face, which remains cloaked in the shadow of his hood, but his long gray beard would betray his dwarven lineage. Right, the wheel done gave up on me, and you see him just sort of like he's trying to lift the cart and the wheel at the same time, and it just kind of he loses his grip and it falls on his foot a little. He's like, "Oh, damn it!"
Well, here, let's both do this together. Let's see if we can get it out.
Who's all there?
At this point, it's just Axton.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a. I would say an athletics check would suffice, sure. 22. I was going to have you roll at advantage, but 22 would totally suffice, just because you definitely have some experience in fixing carriage and cartwheels. After, you kind of lift the cart, and it's just enough for him to kind of place the wheel. And as he's like sliding it in, you're like, now remember, you got to put that pin in place, and then you kind of help him hammer it and make it a little more secure. You're not too far away from Sternforge Lane, so you feel pretty confident that it'll hold at least to get him to where he's going. After helping him fix his cart, he gives a few test rolls and seems satisfied enough to grunt you a grumbly "thank you" and toddles off down the street out of view.
Welcome.
At this point, the rest of the group kind of they kind of join you, and you can hear the the sounds of tinking and clanking of metal somewhere in the distance. And you find yourself abruptly surrounded by smoke and soot and the smell of metal being heated and worked. And Sternforge Lane comes into view. And I'll do, let's see here. Boop, and yeah. All right, Sternforge Lane is unusually tightly packed as you round a corner, having to force your way through the din and denizens of the Craftworks borough of Dane. You can hear from quite a distance away the singing hammers of several blacksmiths feverishly beating steel into shapes. As the crowd parts and you approach the central circle, you see 4 anvils manned by different smiths all working on different pieces of metal. At the back of the commotion stands 3 heavily armored soldiers guarding the grand prize of the competition, a beautiful silvered warhammer, studded with diamonds and gold trim with a 73 stamped on the side. You will, of course, recognize that as a reference to the 73rd quad annual Ellington Classic.
Just testing something out. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're here. Is there anything you would like to do to prepare? I mean, it seems that at this moment that people they're practicing their smithing skills. They're kind of working metal. A lot of the blacksmithing shops that line this street looks like they're just working, perhaps not even taking part in the smithing competition.
Oh yeah, I'd like to just look around and just see like other people's techniques and maybe see like interesting or unique weaponry, or just take it all in, just try to get some ideas.
Okay, you look around and you notice that a lot of these people there's a lot of dwarves, to be honest. Smithing is a dwarven game, but there are half-orcs, humans, perhaps a half-ogre or two. And you also see a number of halflings and gnomes that are trying their hand at the smithing game, and some of them to varying degrees of success. You see swords, you see axes, pretty typical blacksmithing fare. You see some people working on sheets of armor, but a particular warrior walking through and admiring the work catches your eye. So go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perception. That's not bad.
Indeed. He's wearing shoulder pads of layered rectangular steel, bound together with string and red rope, and a similar sort of layered armor on his torso, and a skirt made of overlapping rectangular layered plates of blackened steel and red trim. He's wearing, on his shoulder, or rather tied around his neck and dangling behind his shoulder, is a helmet of unusual make. You've never quite seen it before. It's got kind of a black steel dome, but with like almost like a skirt of overlapping steel plates behind him, and 2 tall horns that extend from the front. But it's not his armor that catches your attention. Although it is odd and strange and foreign to you, he is wearing greaves, but he seems to be wearing kind of tong-style sandals and socks. This is an odd mixture of styles. But it's not his armor that catches your attention. It is his unique weapon at his hip. It's a long-handled, very thin blade, and he carries it with a certain nobility and grace. The blade is slightly curved. It's about 4 to 5 feet long in length, and the handle is wrapped in kind of a twisted fabric that sort of intersects and creates this very odd pattern of diamonds all the way down the length of the handle. And it's unlike anything you've ever seen before. And there you look around, and there are no other blacksmiths working on anything that look like this.
I try to run up to him and just observe. Not exactly from afar, but not trying to impede him either, I guess. Actually, never mind. I'm actually going to go up to him and actually ask him, excuse me, can I've never seen your armor or your attire before. You mind if I just take a look? It's very interesting.
He kind of turns, and you see him meet you eye to eye, and he's got kind of a long black Fu Manchu style mustache and a very thin under the lip kind of goatee beard, and black hair tied back tight in a ponytail, and black eyes, kind of tan skin, slightly tanned. He just sort of gives you a quick look over, notices you holding your smithing tools. My name is Inagu. I hail from the Izumi Islands. I'm here to take part in the sword fighting competition of the Ellington Classic. And he just sort of, he sees you kind of eyeing his sword, and he pulls it out. And it's this long silvered blade with a very unique kind of hollow grind on the edge, and catches the light just perfectly. This is my odachi. It has been in my family for 300 generations. And he just sort of twirls it around and offers you the handle.
May I? And I just reach out and I'll just, grip it firmly and just test the weight of it and how it's bounced. And
as you grip the handle of the blade, you feel his grip strengthen for just a half a second, giving you one more look over, and then releases it. The balance is quite unusual, and it's one of the lightest blades you've ever held in your hand, despite how large it is.
I'm just trying to think how I could even fashion something even close to this. Oh my god.
You wish to make an odachi, you must remember. You must fold the metal over and over and over and over again. That is where the strength of the katana and the odachi and the nagasaki come from. You fold the metal. You heat it and fold, heat it and fold, heat it and fold. It requires discipline and time to create something as noble as this blade. And before you really get a chance to really study it, he graciously takes it back and replaces it back in his sheath.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe we can cross blades at some point and see how this weapon does, face to face.
Then I shall see you at the sword fighting competition. What was your name?
My name is Axton Woodman Bloom.
I shall look for you at the competition, Axton Woodman Bloom. Good luck today. And he just kind of gives you a not really a smirk out of disrespect, but good luck. There's a lot of talent out here today. And you see him just kind of, he doesn't turn away from you, but his attention definitely diverts to other smiths in the area, just to kind of, you get the feeling he's very curious about how blacksmithing works in this part of the world.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I wouldn't even know how to begin with the smelting of this weapon, but I'm gonna try.
Yeah, about this time you see Sazaros, he's very tall, Koza is very tall, and everybody else who has joined you for the day just sort of mingling through the crowd, which the crowd is gathering in force. There are several people just sort of mingling around the anvils. There are 4 anvils in the center of this square, and you get the sense that this is where the competition is going to be held. As you kind of walk around, you do see Maggie, the Goliath female, who allowed you to use her forge to kind of practice the other day with your new smithing tools. She looks like she's not perhaps entering, but she's definitely kind of checking out the contestants that have showed up. There's an what looks like an orc who is kind of setting up at one of the anvils. There's a dark-haired human. You also see what looks like the dwarf that you helped in the alley. And he's sort of setting up on the outskirts of the competition. He's pulling out pieces of metal and kind of weighing them, and you see him kind of swinging his hammer a little bit and kind of getting the feel for it. He's shirtless at this moment. He's got kind of a shocking mohawk of gray hair, and he's covered in scars.
Hey, wow.
At this moment, there is a red-haired dwarf in a sweaty apron and blackened hands holding a scroll board and a quill, trying to lean into someone shouting in his ear, but still having trouble hearing above the noise of the competing smiths and the crowd. It appears maybe this is the man you want to see about entering.
Okay, I'll run up and make sure I put in my entry fee and make sure I get everything signed up.
Right, and what will you be entering to the tournament today?
I'm looking to enter into the smithing competition.
Right, I gathered that, laddie.
Yeah.
You have your own tools?
I do.
Good, that'll make things a little smoother. Alright, I'll take your fee.
Okay, I believe I've already paid.
Yeah, I mean, this would be when you gave it to him, but if you already deducted it, that's fine. Right, it's 10 gold to enter, and he kind of you see him wave over another burly human. He pulls out a sack filled with coin. He kind of deposits your coin into it. You'll need to first perform in the trials, then maybe you'll reach the finals. So you'll want to go see my man over there, and he points off to what looks like another dwarf with kind of a brown flop mohawk shock of hair laying over his ears, and just covered in. He's also covered in soot. So.
Yeah.
All right, so your first set of trials. There are trials that go with this.
Okay.
And this is to get a baseline of your smithing skills. All right. And you see him, you see the brown-haired dwarf, he hands you some slag steel, and you're given a forge with a set of bellows to kind of work with. It looks like they've kind of rolled out a dozen or so of these little workstations, and he's just kind of looking over your progress with a clipboard. He writes down your name, And all right, your first set of trials. I need you to make a mess of nails. You think you can handle that?
Make some nails?
That's correct.
Yeah, I can try that.
All right. Go ahead and give me a strength check. Nails are not hard to make. It's just, can you work the metal and split them into little spikes? And you'd need strength to do that, so.
Okay, now my smithing tools, because I upgraded them, are a +1. So is it whatever I roll +1, or?
It's your strength bonus and +1 to that, yeah.
Okay, so whatever I roll +1.
Yep.
Yeah, 14.
14. All right. All right, yeah, you create a set of nails. They're very steep. They have a steep taper to them. You kind of manage to flatten out the top a little bit so that whoever's using them is able to drive them into wood. A couple of them are a little misshapen, but as you're looking on to your competition, you notice that there are a couple people that are really having trouble with this part, and their proctors or their judges are kind of shaking their heads a little bit, while the gentleman who is looking over you, he kind of gives you a nod like, yeah, good enough, fine, that's fine.
Okay, that's pretty simple.
All right, for your second... Sorry?
I'm getting nervous.
For your second trial, I'm going to need you to make a dagger. Nothing fancy, just something that'll stab people.
In between rounds, I come up to him, and I just kind of take him by the shoulders, say some words to him, and I'll cast Enhance Ability.
Okay.
I am going to give him Bull's Strength, which will give him advantage on strength checks for an hour.
Fair enough. All right. So I'll say that's actually well timed, because in order to make a dagger, making a dagger is going to take a little longer than an hour.
Sure.
But the first part of making a dagger is definitely strength based. So you go ahead and I would like you, Axton, as you did not bring any of your own slag steel, you're going to have to choose some.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Oh, I'm strong on that. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a hell of a time to pick to roll a natural 20. So yeah, you walk over to there's a few shelves that look like they're holding onto some scrap steel, but you kind of sift through them and you pull out this very small, about the size of a Twinkie, just pure steel billet. So you bring that over to the forge and go ahead and drop it into the forge, the heat of the forge, and you notice that it's getting kind of like a dull red, and you move it around with your new tongs, and it's starting to enter into that dull orange. And right as it's getting to where it's about that bright yellow, you pull it out. So, using that enhanced ability, go ahead and give me a strength check as you hammer this into shape.
That's an advantage, correct?
It is.
Okay, so it's whatever I roll +1. Oh, yeah, 14 again.
Well, you probably should have left it in a little bit longer, because as you hammer it out, you are able to draw the billet out into a rough kind of steak-shaped, and you're able to get it kind of basically where you need it to be. You definitely feel like it's going to need some more work. So go ahead and give me a let's see here. Yeah, just give me a general dexterity saving throw. Not a check, a saving throw.
Oh, that's supposed to be normal. That would have been a 9.
It would have been a 9 plus 1.
10.
Which is a 10. Okay, so it's not that you exactly cracked this thing in half, but it's taking you longer than you would have hoped, and the shape of the dagger is where you're going to have to sacrifice some of your time. So you're able to kind of create what looks like an edge on this thing. The handle's a little lumpy, but it is definitely dagger shaped, and the proctor just kind of gives it a look over, and he says, "All right, good enough. It's at least pointy on one end. You're gonna want to shape up your shaping skills, however, if you really hope to make it anywhere in this competition. All right, laddie."
Okay. I'll try to work this out.
All right, you're fine.
I'll forget my plans from last night, and I'll be like, okay, this is what I had in mind. This is what I gotta focus.
Okay. The last part of the trial is something intricate with parts that can move, like a hinge or a chain or a lock.
Okay.
So, go ahead and give me an intelligence check. We'll say, what could I have you roll here? Don't exactly have a smithing check, do they?
Well, you did a tool proficiency. Like, there is actually a smithing check. I clicked on it.
Yeah, but you're not proficient in it.
No, so it's just whatever I would roll -2 to get rid, or -3 for my proficiency.
Sure.
But it's +1, and it'll be a 6.
Let's do your just give me an intelligence check +1.
Intelligence +1.
As you're designing this more intricate piece, which what would you like to make for your intricate piece? Something that can move, something that's not a solid piece of metal.
I think maybe the easiest for me to do would be like a small chain.
Okay.
No, 6.
All right, so with a 6, it's not looking too good. You're able to create 2 links in the time it takes you to do this, and they're really lumpy. They're really kind of misshapen. You barely have time to connect them together, and the proctor just kind of looks at him and kind of looks at you and goes, "Lottie, this is the bare minimum it would require to move on. If you're going to make it in this competition, you're going to really have to step up your intricacy." And then he kind of takes them and pulls them apart, and they just kind of break.
Ugh. Okay.
All right. And he just kind of looks a little disappointed.
I'm a bit disappointed too. I'll take a quick breather and just, try to collect myself, get a drink or something.
Yeah, you see the dwarf just kind of what looks like an X on his clipboard and kind of shake his head and walk away. At that moment, go ahead and give me a perception check. Holy crap. All of your 20s are going here?
Yeah.
Well, as you kind of shake your own head and go to turn away, you notice that the dwarf who you helped in the alley has been kind of watching you very, very out of the corner of his eye as he himself kind of breezes by these trials without any issue at all. You see his nails are gleaming silvered steel and all the same shape. His dagger looks like it's got filigreed all along the guard. The guard kind of gently curls towards the edges, and the handle has a nice palm swell. It looks like it'd be very comfortable to hold in the hand. He just kind of looks at you and kind of leans into the ear of the proctor who is just scratching on your clipboard, and the proctor it looks at you and looks down at his clipboard and kind of gives a shrug and a nod and walks away. You're not exactly sure what that was about.
Okay.
All right, man. I'm his corner, man. I'm coming out there. I got him a lunch. Got him some cool water. I'm trying to talk him up.
Sure.
You know, before he gets back out to the next round, I'm going to give him a bardic inspiration.
All right.
So that's that's an extra D8 that he can use once.
Okay, perfect. I may need this.
All right, so it's a few, you know, it's going to be a little bit before you know anything. It's gonna, you know, you see a lot of the other contestants are showing off their gear. It looks like one of the applicants had kind of overcooked his steel, and as he hits it with a hammer to make a dagger, you see these sparks just erupt. And you know, you can tell the steel is ruined. He's going to have to start over. He doesn't have time to start over, and you see the proctor kind of cross his name out.
I might just make this like just by the grit of my teeth. Oh my god! I should have practiced this more.
So, you know, is there anything that you would like to do while this is happening?
Yuno's going to go see if he can snag a nice dagger from somebody that did pretty good in the competition.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
21.
Okay.
I offer you the dagger that I made.
Yuno's going to politely decline.
All right. Are you looking to purchase? Because mind you, this is kind of Blacksmith Alley. Are you looking to purchase something that was made by one of the contestants, or are you just looking for a nice dagger that's made in this part of town?
One by one of the contestants, but like one of like the one that the dwarf just made, or you know, one of those kind of nice looking ones.
So normally they're 2 gold a piece, but you get the sense that this is just a really, really, really nice dagger. You kind of approach him. He seems a little hesitant to talk to you at all. But when you kind of flash a little gold his way, he's going to charge you 4 gold for the dagger.
Yuno's going to pay the 4 gold.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing special about it. It cuts just like any other knife, any other blade, but it does look like it has just a little touch of talent wrapped into it. You know, the guard, like I said, it kind of curls up a little bit. There's a nice little kind of it's not wire wound into the handle, but there's like a spiraling pattern chiseled into it. And it's very smooth. There's no hammer marks at all, and it seems like, I mean, it looks like it took him. You were watching, of course. It took him about, you know, an hour and a half to make it, whereas it was taking everybody on par of about 3.5 hours to make theirs. Axton took him a little longer. So, you know, definitely some talent on this guy, and it's just a very nice dagger. Let's see here. Yeah, so you see people talking about some of the other smiths that have shown up. There's Drucker Strummel, who Axton, you'll remember, is the orc smith who his loyal patrons prevented you from purchasing their tools because they didn't want to sell to his competition.
That's right.
There's a human blacksmith with kind of dark hair. He's got a patch over one eye. He's got kind of a medium length beard, medium length hair, and you hear him being called Tristram Thorhammer. It seems he's from the northwestern city of Darrow. And he is a former human adventurer.
Okay. I'll
But you
keep
took
an
an
eye
arrow
on
to the knee.
Yeah. Former adventurer who decided to hang up his armor and take up a life of smithing. He seems pretty well experienced. You know, you take a look at what he made. His nails are fine. They look kind of like yours. His dagger looks fine. Looks better than yours, but nothing fancy. And he actually ended up creating a very simple kind of like a deadbolt lock that you could bolt to a wooden door. And the dwarf, who is revealed to be a legendary blacksmith known as Algrim Basher.
Algrim Basher.
Who created a very intricate and expensive-looking brass and steel kind of hinged lock that could be opened with a key.
And he had enough time for that? Wow.
Yeah, he works quick, it seems. All right, we're going to shift gears as it is about, I'd say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Axton, you're noticing that the group is being whittled down. There are contestants who are being turned away for their poor work. Most of the people that showed up didn't do as well as you, although your nails and your dagger and your chain, I would say you're lucky if you make it to the bottom of the list.
Okay.
However, you do seem to have been accepted into the final 4. Along with Drucker Strummel, Tristram Thorhammer, and Algrim Basher. You are then given 3 days to complete your final piece.
3 days?
Yep, 3 days.
Okay.
Working metal takes a while. You are instructed to create a unique weapon or piece of armor that can be functional, be subjected to testing, and will be judged based on those. I mean, let's be honest, it's basically forged in fire. I mean, let's be real with each other. Yeah. Exactly. So you're going to have about 3 days with which to design, construct, and refine your weapons. And in that period of time, as you just sort of contemplate how you want to begin this process, we're going to shift over to Maven at her temple.
Okay. Having problems. Figured it out.
No problems. Problems are not allowed.
Okay, I'm good.
Oops. There we go. So, Maven, you find yourself at the Temple of Pelor. You've been here quite a few times at this point, kind of dipping in and out. And you again find yourself face to face with the half-orc monk, half-orc female monk, who at this point you learn that her name is Grutha.
Grutha, very nice, very nice.
Mm-hmm. So, Maven, you return.
I do indeed.
What have you been doing to keep yourself busy?
Nothing too fancy. I did a little missile snaring the other day. You know, just trying to keep it loose.
Missile snaring?
Mm-hmm.
And how does that fetch you these days?
It went pretty well.
Well, how would you like to practice that a little further?
I would like that. Let's do it.
And you see Grutha, and mind you, you are in very earth tone type robes. It's typical of a Pelorian monk. You notice that she does not wear the colors of Pelor. But she, in your conversations, you realize that she is actually a monk of the Allhammer, Moradin. And that she's been sort of tasked with sort of checking in on various temples around the realm and has been making her rounds around Dane to see if there is any help needed with the local temples of the Platinum Dragon or of Gondala in the form of training. And you yourself did receive some training from Grutha a few days ago. So she takes this opportunity to step over to a rack of what looks like there are small spears, kind of handheld thrown spears. There's darts, there's swords, there's bow staffs, there's nunchakus, there's all manner of handheld, hand-to-hand combat type weapons. And she kind of palms what looks like a set of hand darts. She says, all right, you stand in the center of that circle, the circle being the one that you all fought Balok on, so you are very familiar with this fighting arena.
Indeed, I'll make my way over.
Now, I'm going to throw 3 at a time. It is going to be your duty and your job to dodge not only all 3 of them, but to catch them and toss them back.
Okay.
So she's going to make 3 attacks.
Okay.
All right. The first one's a 28.
That hits.
The second one's a 19.
That just hits.
And the last one's a 16. You're able to kind of spin away from the third one. So, darts are not super damaging. So I'll roll for those 2. Alright, the first one is 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And and the second one is 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Those are easily deflected enough. One was, they both got reduced to 0, and so I'll throw both of them back.
Okay. Go ahead and make a attack roll for both of them.
Okay. Ooh, that's not good. One is a 10. And the other is a natural 20 for 28.
Natural 20. All right, so you toss them both at her, and you're pretty quick, but she's pretty quick too. And the first one, she actually catches between her middle and forefinger, right as it's about to hit her eye, catches it right in her hands. And she almost goes to smirk at you, like, I can do that too. And she looks down, and one of the darts is embedded about 3 inches into her shoulder. And she just looks and goes, no. And kind of plucks it out. And she goes and picks up the third dart that didn't quite make it to you. And she says, why don't we leave darts for now? And she kind of puts them, she wipes the blood off of one of them, and you see her kind of wrap a little bandage around her shoulder just to kind of stave the bleeding. She's covered in scars, by the way. Getting cut is nothing to her. Let's try something a little more dangerous, shall we?
Okay.
And you see her pull this very odd-looking bladed weapon. It's got a handle, but the blades, there are 3 distinct forked blades that emit from the handle itself that kind of go at odd angles. And she kind of takes it and she goes, all right, I'm only going to throw one of these. And do your best to catch this one, all right?
Okay.
And she kind of hucks it, and it starts to spin at you like a frisbee, and these blades come whirring towards you. That is a 22.
It hits.
And that is going to be 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay, I'm going to catch it and then throw it back.
All right.
I rolled a 10, so that reduces it by 21 points. Okay, and 26 to hit.
26 hits, roll damage.
It'll be 11 points of damage.
All right. Yeah. You catch it, spin around, and you toss it at her, and you've never used this weapon before, so it's a little awkward in your hand. You're not exactly sure how it works. And you kind of throw it back at her, and it kind of wobbles in the air and almost tumbles, and she's able to kind of clasp her hands around it and stop it before it actually hits her. So she reduces all of that damage as well. And the two of you kind of repeat this process in this way for the better part of a couple hours as you train in catching missiles. So,
always a fun.
All right. So Koza, what is Koza doing right now? As you watch Axton kind of, you guys are all kind of spread out. Spread out amongst the blacksmithing crowd. You have been watching Axton work, and you've watched Sazaros kind of cheering him on. What is Koza doing?
So, because Koza doesn't know like what blacksmithing is or like what the process is, he's gonna get bored eventually and just start to kind of wander throughout town.
Okay, is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Well, if he finds like a magic shop, then he'll probably kind of, saunter in and putz around.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and give me a perception or investigation check.
I'm like, we do know where a magic shop is.
Yeah, you do know about Photos. Photos is a magic tent on the outskirts.
All right, then I'm just going to give him a visit.
Okay.
You said investigation?
No, you know where it is.
Oh, okay.
Unless you were looking for somewhere new, you know where this place is.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to go give Photo a visit.
Okay. You see him in his familiar black cloak. All of his features are hidden. He seems to recognize you, and it looks like he's reading some kind of a book that he's levitating in front of his, in front of him, and just kind of magically turning the pages as a yellow glow emits from one of his sleeves.
I just kind of, find the nearest shelf to knock on to kind of get his attention.
Ooh, he rolled a natural 1 for his perception. He is engrossed in his book.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna kind of peruse the store until he notices me.
All right, give me an investigation check.
Okay. Ooh. 10.
I mean, you see an assortment of potions and what look like kind of like small hand tools or implements that some are shiny, some are dull. There's a box that's been opened that has what looks like a kind of a blackened rough steel ring inside. And before you really get any kind of look at what his stores have to offer. Now, mind you, it's a rather small tent. It's quite shocking that he didn't notice you. You hear him kind of perk up. He's like, "Oh, well, hello there. What can I do for you? You're that Furbolg, right?"
Yeah, it's me. I just wanted to come in. My one compatriot's competing in the Classic, and I got a little bored, so I figured I'd stop in.
He's competing in the Classic. Today's what, is it the Blacksmithing competition today?
Yep, that's it.
Oh, well, good luck to him. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
No, not really. I just wanted to kind of pass the time a little.
Well, are you a druid, or what's your
that's
specialty?
Exactly what I am.
Oh, perfect.
I am a druid, but I am also a worshiper of the Moonweaver, if you have anything that would facilitate that.
Moonweaver? I don't believe that's one of the approved imperial religions, but just between you and me, I've got this. And he kind of disappears behind a curtain and brings out it looks like a small wooden cigar box type shape. And he opens the lid, and it is just a litany of religious icons and symbols. They're on rings, they're on bracelets, but mostly they're pendants dangling from necklaces. And he pulls out what looks like a upturned crescent moon made of perhaps silver or platinum, not sure which. A little dinged up. Doesn't look pristine or highly polished. And but he kind of pulls it. It's on a silver chain. He goes, "Well, I've got. I don't know if you're in the market for a new symbol, but there's nothing fancy about it. It just happens to be a Moonweaver pendant that I've got." And you take a look at it, and it definitely looks nicer than yours. Yours is mostly made of twig and a little bit of.
Mine's just kind of druid crafted.
Oh yeah. This is a little more ornate, a little fancier. Definitely looks like it's going to need a different chain because this will not fit around your neck unless you want a choker. But the pendant itself is about the size of a golf ball, and it's a rather simple upturned crescent moon with what looks like a small bow, like a bow with an arrow underneath it. And it's just a symbol of the Moonweaver.
How much is this going to set me back?
4 silver for the pendant. I mean, like I said, there's nothing special about it. It's just a devotional little symbol of the Moonweaver.
Could you repeat that? You kind of cut out.
4 silver.
Okay. I will grant him the 4 silver. Is there any chance that I could get maybe a longer chain?
Yeah, sure. And he kind of swaps it out with something what looks like a waist chain that was fashioned for another small piece of jewelry that he had. He just kind of swaps it out. No charge.
Well, thank you, Total.
Now, being a waist chain, it does hang a little more comfortably on your neck. It looks like the chain was made for perhaps like a halfling or a human. And being a waist chain, it definitely brings it to about high chest area.
Well, this certainly does better than my previous symbol. Thank you very much.
And if you're looking for anything druid related, I do have these. And he produces what looks like a small sack, like a small leather sack, and inside you see there are beans. Could be castor beans or kidney beans, something to that effect. He says, well, I got these a few years ago, and every now and then I get to sell a few of them to a wary traveler, but they have the capacity to grow a large bean plant that can produce food for, I think each bean seed can produce a healthy adult plant to feed perhaps 3 people each.
It's very useful. How much for this bag?
The whole bag? I'd say 2 gold for the whole bag.
Done. I throw 2 silver on the table.
2 gold.
Oh, 2 gold. Sorry.
I will shoot you the stats for those.
Okay. I kind of attach the pouch to my belt, and I just look at Fuller and I say, well, thank you. This is certainly going to be useful in the future. I'll head back and report this to my compatriots. You have yourself a nice day, Fodel.
Well, thank you. You have a nice day, too.
And I will walk out of his tent and start to wander back to the competition site.
Okay.
I'll kind of hold the bag up to Sazros and say, hey, look what I got.
I'll look in. Sorry, I was muted. Look, kind of sniff and go, okay, a bag of beans.
Not just any beans, magic beans.
Oh, I've heard this story before.
I've heard this story before.
No, they you put them in the ground and they'll grow a plant that'll feed like 3 people, I think you said.
Yep.
I got a whole bag of them.
And how much did you pay for said magic beans?
About 2 gold. Why?
I just kind of wander off and just kind of muttering something about a fool and his money.
But did I overpay?
Like I said, I just kind of slowly mutter off and go looking for Axton.
I'll just slowly kind of reattach it to my belt, kind of looking like the slightest bit ashamed.
I think I actually have something similar. I have something here called dragonberries.
Well, dragonberries are not beans. He got magic beans.
I got magic beans.
I don't know. I have some berries or something similar to that here. Anyway.
All right. Well, it's about 5 or 6 o'clock on the first evening, and you all kind of you guys are all kind of doing your own little wander in and out of the group, kind of keeping an eye on Axton and how he's doing, but also kind of meandering around town and then returning and then meandering out again. But at this time, I'm going to have Axton. You all watch him as you return. He's got this long scroll with a piece of charcoal, and he's just kind of sketching out the design and the shape that he is trying to make. So, I want you to go ahead and give me a... Now, I believe you still have that inspiration.
Well,
you may use it if you wish.
For a certain time period, but I don't know.
It hasn't been that long.
Okay.
I don't know how long the inspiration lasts.
10 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll say in this time that you had that inspiration, you can add it to this. But this is your design phase of the sword in which you wanted to make. So go ahead and give me an intelligence, just a base intelligence check.
Man, why is all this based on intelligence? I thought this was going to be more strength-based. Oh my god. Normal intelligence. 17.
17, yeah. So you, hearkening back to your encounter with the warrior from the Izumi Islands, you're struggling to hold on to the shape of that blade as you held it in your hands for that brief moment in time. You soaked in as much of the shape as you could into your memory, and doing so, you're jotting down measurements and you're writing down little annotations that you don't want to forget during the forging process. You wanted to fold it. You wanted to make sure that the blade is slightly curved. You want this to be as close a representation to that blade as you can, and you managed to sketch out a rather respectable shape of an adachi.
Maybe a little bit longer than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it looks like it would take some real strength to wield once it's made, but you even managed to remember to implement a blood groove or a fuller along the length of the blade, as well as a rounded shaped guard that protects your hands during battle. You feel pretty confident in your sketch. You're also working with some decent charcoal, so it doesn't look like crayon. It actually looks like it's got some definition to the sketch.
Okay, cool, perfect.
So that's not a bad score, really.
Was I supposed to use my inspiration on that roll?
You can.
Oh, is there anything else that I was going to be doing after this one, or?
Well, this would have taken you the better part of the a couple hours to come up with all of this.
Yeah, I guess I should have.
Yeah, so if you want to add it to it, it will affect your score at the end.
Okay, might as well. Here's the D.
Everything's getting averaged in.
Cool, so 17, 18, 19. So it's 19. Okay, instead of 17.
Alright, so I'm going to roll for Drucker Strummel. That's pretty good. I'm going to roll for Tristran. That's also pretty good. And for Oligram. Ooh. Damn. Well, you got beat by all three.
What the fuck?
But you're still in the competition. This is just the design phase. And I'm going to say, as you're kind of looking over at and you know what? Just because it's cool, I'm going to move everybody over to the map that I've got for this. It's more just for flavor than for actual gameplay, but it's just kind of neat. So if you want to go ahead and place yourself on the map in that third anvil.
I don't see the map yet.
See the map.
See, yep, you should.
I'm going to refresh. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't see a map.
No map.
Yeah, I just see our normal background. Oh, now I do.
Now
Yeah,
I refresh.
I must have had to refresh mine too. That's weird.
Refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay.
Sazros is in the forge. He is burning alive. And yeah, I mean, you have access to these forges on either side. It seems like there's a number of people that have gathered to watch you. Even Blackguard. There's one of the larger minotaurs have shown up and just kind of eyeing over your work and, grunting at this, grunting at that. There are, other smiths that have shown up to also watch. It appears maybe they're taking this time to showcase their own work. And, you see people who have shown up. It's kind of like a carnival where vendors have shown up to kind of take advantage of the crowd and advertise their own equipment.
No, this is a new day, correct?
This is the evening of the first day.
Evening of first day. Okay.
Yep. You notice that Drucker Strommel, who is the orc, he is what looks like he's creating some kind of a bearded axe of some kind. He's kind of got his sketch all drawn out, and his sketching skills are super not refined. He doesn't seem to be a very good artist, and but you can get the sense that he's trying to create some kind of a bearded axe. Tristan, the human blacksmith, he has sketched out some kind of a Greek or Corinthian style helmet with long sweeping cheek guards. And Olagrim Basher looks like he's creating some kind of a double-bladed hand axe. You're not quite sure. It looks like he's taking his time on the design phase. He also doesn't look like much of an artist, but he's definitely creating something interesting. As it looks like there's some kind of a face or a visage on the face, the front, the side of the axe itself. He's using. Looks like he's planning on using a couple different materials. He's also very guarded about his design and what people can see. He looks like he's kind of covering it with his shoulder when someone gets a little too close. So, all right, yeah. So, and you're on a table of your own, kind of making little adjustments here, little adjustments there, and you kind of see the smith starting to close up shop. It's starting to get the sun's starting to lower in the sky. And you see people just kind of like hurrying to place their orders with the surrounding smiths, and you hear the hiss of steam as forges are being closed for the evening. And it appears that this phase of the process has come to an end, and that you will all reconvene again in the morning.
Okay. Whew. God, I just wipe the sweat from my brow. Man, this is harder than I thought.
Yeah, you're pretty beat. It's hot, you're sweaty, you're stinky, you're covered in kind of dirt and soot from the forge. You can feel, you're used to swinging an axe and stuff, but, the hammer and chisel of a blacksmith is a little foreign to you, so you can feel kind of a couple hot spots on your hands where maybe some blisters are forming.
Yeah, even for a human, you smell.
Thanks, I guess.
Don't worry.
All right, and so is there anything anybody would like to do this evening before swapping over to the morning?
I still have to go to the dustbin.
Okay. So,
at some point,
you make your way over. Yeah, that's fine. You make your way over to the dustbin. It's on the other side of town from where Stern Forge Lane is.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of you make your way in, and the place is, at this point, it's you figure the best time to meet with Zhen would be probably in the later hours of the night. And you find yourself at the behest of the bartender, who, once asking for Zhen, he kind of snaps his gaze at you, and he kind of looks down across the tavern, which is, like I said, it's dimly lit. There's a few tables. It's not a huge place. And over by the fireplace, you see a familiar character who looks like this. He sees you from under his hood. You can't quite see his eyes. You see the white fur with black spots on his wrists, his feline features. He gestures to you to sit at the other side of the table.
I will go over and sit down.
As you approach, he sets his drink down, kind of folds his hands in front of him on the table, and you can see the yellow corona of his irises from under his hood. Greetings, Baranor. It is good to see you again.
It's good to see you as well. You had me a little concerned with your summons. It wasn't of the usual type.
Well, with the Ellington Classic here, I figured you would be around. It was a good time to have a chat. Tell me, how does Dane find you? Being a ranger, I doubt you find it terribly comfortable this far into civilization.
It has been quite a challenge, but I've managed with these, city folk.
Yes, we are a strange delicacy, us city folk. And the barmaid comes over and he kind of hands her the empty cup, and she kind of looks at you in an expectant gaze.
I'll have an ale.
I'll have one more of the same. And you see Jen kind of slide 2 silver to the barmaid, who takes it and tucks it into her pouch. So, tell me, Baranor, the Marquis is eager for news on your investigation into these crown collectors. What have you learned? What do you think of them?
Well, they are definitely quite skilled. A lot of talent there. They're an odd bunch, but they work well together. It's a very unique situation. I've seen them in action now quite a few times, and they have definitely proven themselves to be quite capable. I don't think they deserve the bad rep they've gotten from the Inquisitors.
Yes, this price on their heads is definitely troublesome to the Marquis. He did not expect an investment of his to go sour so quickly.
Well, it didn't help that was it the Sapphire?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't help the Sapphire's involvement with what happened. They kind of took a lot of the blame for that. The Inquisitors do know that the Sapphire was involved, though, and the Crown Collectors are working to clear their names.
And where are we on that front? Have you discovered the identity of any of them yet?
We've seen a few here in Dane. None that they could engage in combat directly at the time, but they definitely have their eyes on them.
Very good. So would you say that the Marquis is correct in his assumption that the further investment into the Crown Collectors would be a profitable one?
I would say yes, but I would also wait until they have taken care of the breakers from the Sapphire. That will be their true proving that they are worth the Marquis' time and investment.
Understood. You do know our master is an impatient one when it comes to his investments, but I had a good feeling when they saved my life outside of Brackenshire that they would be worth the time and energy it would take to cultivate an asset to the Syndicate, as have you. I remember how wild and untamed you were when we first found you in the woods outside of Brackenshire. You have proven to be quite a good investment as well, as have we all who serve the Marquis.
I give a slight bow or a slight nod to my head in acknowledgement, and we were all young once.
Indeed.
The Crown Collectors are, as I said, proving themselves. And this is a delicate matter, especially here in Dane. This is not quite Brackenshire. They have to get rid of the breakers in a careful manner.
Clandestine, I understand.
Yes.
Tell you what, I will do a little digging and find out where these breakers may be headquartered here in Dane, as it seems perhaps they are here for the interim to perhaps take advantage of the Classic.
Indeed. Well, also, something was stolen from from a high estate during the Classic party the other night. I would hazard a guess that the breakers were involved.
It would be worth investigating. I will put my men on it. Here, take this. And he slides you a small blue, like a almost the color of turquoise, a small blue gem that has a very, very faint glow to it. I will send word when it is time to meet again. Once I have more information to give to you, I will contact you.
Should.
And you can add a sending stone to your inventory.
All right. Is it just to communicate one way, one to the other stone?
Well, he's not really explaining exactly what it does, and you can definitely have it You can have it identified.
Okay. All right, I will pocket the stone and.
The waitress brings you ale, and you notice Zhen kind of straighten up a little bit and become a little bit more personable as he begins kind of engaging you in some friendly banter to finish out the night.
Yes, I'll chit-chat with him about the how the class is going so far. Ask him if he witnessed my competition the day prior.
I did not, although I have heard that a certain half-elf from the woods of the Jasper Wood took home the purse. I was hoping it would be you, but I didn't know for sure. Well done. The Marquis will be very pleased.
Yes, I would hope the Marquis would take notice that one of his assets is keeping his skills up to par.
I would say he would be a little less than impressed that you used your actual name, but being that you are an outside asset of his and do not exactly have a direct line of contact with the Marquis on a regular basis, he'd be willing to let it slide.
Of course.
Yeah, and you two kind of engage in the next hour or so until it starts to get a little late, and Zhen bids you a good luck and a fond farewell as he takes a last sip from his cup, departs into the night, and leaves you at the dustbin.
And I will head back to the estate.
All right. Well, if there is anything anybody else would like to do this evening.
I wanted to thank Sazros for his assistance. It's very, very useful, and having him cheer me on definitely helped.
You're more than welcome.
But also tonight, I'd like to talk to Atgir. and see if he has any words of wisdom for me, or maybe some, trades of, some secrets from his people, perhaps.
Right, well, I can tell you I know pretty much everything there is to know about blacksmithing, so you've come to the right source of information. What you want to really make sure you do is you keep the metal hot, and you hit it with a hammer, and you definitely want to make sure that you straighten the metal into a straight shape. And let me think here. And he just sort of like trails off into thought, and his eyes kind of cross. And he goes, yes, put an edge on it. Make sure it's sharp. That's the important bit. You're lucky you came to me.
I try not to listen to anything Actor says.
It's kind of difficult. He's kind of rambling because at this moment he's found himself at the Hargrove estate, and he has found the whiskey collection.
Oh boy.
So he's very, very confident and eager in what he's saying. It really just sounds like stuff that you would assume to be like normal advice to give anybody who is having a baseline interest in blacksmithing. There's no inside information. There's no... and he eventually starts talking about digging in tunnels and how to keep your fingernails clean, and then eventually he just trails off and passes out at the end of the table.
Perfect. Okay.
Anybody else? What to do this evening?
What time of the evening is it?
It's getting late. It's about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
8:39. Okay. I'm going to actually head out and go out to one of the taverns, see if I can just scarf up some coin, get some notoriety. Listen to other bards and such, assuming that they're going to be competition for the upcoming Heart of the Empress competition.
All right, well, let's start off with an investigation check.
Oh, you have to.
18, yeah. You find a place to post up for the night. It's a charming little establishment that it's not terribly large. It's called the Cauldron, and it's not a really large tavern, but it's packed. It seems to be something of a local kind of famous dive where the working class and the merchant class, the lower merchant class, tend to patronize this place, and just a very lively bunch of rowdy dwarves and halflings and gnomes and sprinklings of humans. You're the only dragonborn. Doesn't seem to be anybody from like the educated class, the super educated class here, wizards, things like that. Scholars, they don't seem to frequent this place. This seems like more of a blue collar establishment. And you will learn with an 18 that there was indeed a break-in at the Duke's mansion during the classic ball.
Mm-hmm.
You also learn that it was a member of the Breakers, although a name is never mentioned. And you also learn that there is a second member of the Breakers in town whose name is Ryen.
Spell that for me, please.
Ryen.
All right.
You know that she lives under her hood, and she is quick with a crossbow.
All right.
You need to give me a mighty performance check too, while you kind of clamber up to the stage and use your awesome skills of entertainment.
Performance.
Wow. Okay, you earn all of this. You earn 70 silver pieces. Came out even. And 23 gold. It's a good night.
All right.
And I'll say double that.
All right.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Oh.
No one's died.
Yeah.
That's a plus. That's a win in our book.
Somebody knock on wood.
All right, so it is about 4:15. We're going to call it 4:15. We're going to reconvene here at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right.
Cool. All right.
All right. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everybody.
Greetings and salutations.
It is 4:32. Let's say we get back into it.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That was good.
All right, so it's been an interesting past couple days since the start of this blacksmithing competition. Axton, with some very generous aid from his fellow party members, has managed to make it into the Final Four, just squeaking by in dead last place.
Love a good underdog story.
That's right. As well as Maven has received some further training in her hand-to-hand combat skills. And Baranor managed to have a chance encounter with a member of the Syndicate, a tabaxi known as Zhen, who works directly for the Marquis and delivers his own instructions as to how best to handle the Crown Collectors. It appears perhaps Baranor was sent on more than a accompanying mission to the Crown Collectors, but one of investigation and analysis. Feeling rather confident in his investment, the Marquis dispatched Zhen to further inquire as to the progress of this intrepid group of heroes. Koza managed to secure a new holy symbol as well as a interesting packet of magic beans. Yuno was able to procure a new dagger. And Axton, with the aid of his friend Sazaros, has made it to one of the final stages of this competition, in that he has designed an Odachi, long-handled, long-bladed, exotic weapon from the Far East. It is the morning of the second day of this competition. Axton, you rise, your muscles ache, your joints are tense. You feel a lot of tension in your muscles. You got knots that need to be worked out, but you're determined to make the most of it. It is rather early on this morning as you awaken before everyone else.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go down and try to get some breakfast and think about what I'm going to do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the housing staff provides you with a kind of an oatmeal type of sustenance. Maybe some blueberries and strawberries sprinkled in there. It's hearty, which is what you need. You need a hearty meal this morning. There was something that you couldn't help but remember from the previous day.
Mm-hmm.
The dwarf that you aided in the alley, who turned out to be the legendary blacksmith known as Olligrim Basher, his steel that he brought with him, there was a glisten about it, a quality that you've never seen before. It appeared just very high quality steel that you've never really encountered, at least not in its raw form.
Okay.
You also converse with Atgeir, who surprisingly is up early this morning. Usually he's the last to rise.
Mm-hmm.
He managed to quit drinking rather early in the evening and pass out, which would explain why he's not horribly hungover this morning. But he seems pleased as punch, as he produces a small scroll of parchment. Oxen Woodman Bloom, how the hell are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. A little bit worse for wear and just a bit tough, in the upper region.
Yeah, never mind any of that shite. Listen to what I've got to say. I've got here the results from the the metallurgy people that I sent the platinum to. Guess how much we're gonna get?
40 pounds?
No, I mean in terms of platinum coin.
Oh, geez. How much platinum coin? Let me think.
Ed, you're taking too long, I'll just tell you.
Okay.
We're gonna get 300 platinum out of that.
That's pretty good.
Aye, and they're only gonna require a 10% take as for their services.
Damn. I'm not there.
No wonder you were in a good mood last night.
We'll say you toddled down upon hearing Akir being quite boisterous for this early in the morning. So sure, you definitely heard what he just said.
That is a lot of platinum coin there.
Aye,
Yeah.
I'll be quite sure to share it with the lot of you.
How generous of you.
Mighty nice of you.
Well, I'm quite the generous and humble folk myself.
Yeah, your humility really sells it.
About this time, the rest of the party kind of toddle down, and you hear Thorsten's young son Reese kind of thumping along the hallways of the upper part of the mansion before he finally kind of tumbles down the stairs and grabs a bowl of meal and posts up between Sazaros and Baranor and starts kind of asking, how's it been going with the competitions and stuff?
It's going well so far.
So far, yeah, our man Axton is really doing his dead level best to compete.
And at
Are you
worst,
winning
he's
this
learning.
I don't know if I'm winning, but I'm putting in a good effort.
At worst, he's learning valuable lessons.
Life lessons are being learned.
Yeah, Mommy always says if you can't do good, you should at least learn something.
Or maybe do
We are
something
nothing
bad.
if not learners around here.
You see Sir Luther kind of come downstairs with Lady Kethra in tow, both in their kind of morning wear, their bathrobes. They just got dark circles under the eyes. They don't look like they got much sleep.
Good morning, team coach.
Yes, good morning to you as well. Who's got the coffee?
We passing the pot.
Yeah, in pure Teal'c from Stargate fashion, he just downs the pot itself without even pouring it into a mug. Oh, bitters of the gods.
Are we using Koza's beans for that?
What'd you say, Barry?
I said, are we using Koza's beans for the coffee?
I don't know that they're that type of bean.
I know.
They're very special magical items.
They're very useful, guys.
Well, you guys have yourselves a nice morning. There's food is had, drunks are drank, and everyone seems to be a little bit chipper and eager to see what this day brings about. It appears that Thorsten and Penelope have some business to attend to in relating to the family estate. Seems that someone wishes to purchase a parcel of resources like wheat or barley, something that grows on a plot of land that they own outside of town. Sir Luther and Lady Kethra will be occupying their day mostly at the local theater. as there is an acting troupe in town that has come for the classic that will be performing a first age reminiscent kind of dance, interpretive dance. It seems very artsy-fartsy, wishy-washy, something that only Sazros would at least understand, if not enjoy himself. But yeah, the itch of your fingers, Axton, returns as the day's due diligence of the competition comes calling. As you're just kind of slowly, as you wake up, you're flooded with ideas and things that you want to try to perhaps be as successful as possible today.
Okay, let's get a move on. I'm ready to go.
All right.
Well, the Sternforge Lane is again kind of packed, as I would say, perhaps not as dense as it was on the first day. You gotta understand the first day was much more exciting. It was an introduction to everybody that was competing. It was kind of a way for people to shop the wares and purchase things that perhaps were at a reduced price because of its proximity to other smiths, but it's a little. The crowd is slightly lessened. It's not dead, but it's definitely the second. It's like the second day of a festival. It's not quite as exciting, especially this early in the morning. But you do find your anvil waiting for you, and your parchment has been kept kind of under watch as far as your design. And you are brought to a, let's see here. Yeah. All right. So, at this moment, Axton, you kind of have a small run-in with Olligrim Basher, who you haven't really had a chance to interact with since you helped him with his cart the other day. And he just kind of tips his head at you, and you see him kind of laying out his tools and working, starting to put large billets of steel into his fire, and he sort of peeks over his shoulder. Oh, it's you, boy. You're the one who helped me with the cart, right?
Indeed I am.
Well, I normally spit a curse at those who dare to compete against me. But in this case, well, let's see what you come up with, shall we?
Well, I don't think I'm anywhere in comparison to you, but I'm going to do my best. I am kind of interested in what you're working with, but we'll see. We'll see what I can come up with.
At this point, you are directed by a short, balding proctor to a pile of slag steel from which to choose your billet. Why don't you go ahead and give me an investigation check?
Oh, I'm always good at those. Investigation. Ugh.
No. So you kind of see what Olligrim has been working with, and you're eager to pick one that looks similar. So you dive your hand into a pile of steel and produce a kind of a ingot-style billet of silvered, what looks like silvered steel, and you think, nah, this seems fine. And you bring it on over to your forge, and with your new smithing tools, you take your tongs and place it into the fire.
Okay.
You feel it starting to heat up. You're kind of keeping an eye on the other contestants. How far along are they coming? It seems like everybody's sort of in the let's heat our metal stage of this part of the competition. At this moment, the proctor kind of claps his hands as everybody kind of turns to pay attention to him. Ladies and gentlemen, the 73rd Quad Annual Ellington Classic Blacksmithing Contest Finals have begun. The crowd throws out a quick cheer. Yay! The final 4 contestants shall have 2 days by which to complete their work. All smithing shall be done here at the Stern Forge Anvil Square until the item's completion. No magical enchantments or magical components are allowed in the process. And no aid or assistance from outside sources shall be permitted. And they kind of look down their nose at Sazaros and a couple other people. Once the allotted time is up, present your work to the judges, and a winner shall then be decided. Our judges for this year's competition join us from our own Stern Forge lane, the venerable metalworker Leif Godlison of Leif's Crafting. And the crowd applauds a tall, blonde-haired human holding a clipboard. And from the city of Brackenshire, please join me in welcoming seasoned smithing veterans and Ellington Classic smithing champions, the Leadfinger twins, Boris and Tomway. And a pair of identical brown-haired dwarves wave to the crowd. Contestants, you may begin now. The crowd erupts into applause and cheers. As you smiths begin diving in your work, you now see that your billet is yellowed and ready for working. At this point, Allegrim grabs his billet, Tristan grabs his, Drucker Strommel, he grabs his, and they all begin pounding heavily into their metal. I am going to need a strength check from Axton.
Okay, here goes. 24.
24, awesome, yeah. So you begin drawing out that billet. Bing, 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 and you're kind of watching over your shoulder at the other smiths, just getting a feel for, should I swing this way over my head or just kind of give little slow taps, and you're kind of feeling a rhythm, and you're starting to notice the steel is starting to get drawn out into an elongated shape. But before you get a chance to really pull it to its full length, it starts to, the glow starts to go from orange to red, and you realize that you need to sink it back into the metal. You're getting a feel for the effort that goes into making a sword of this nature, and you sink it back into the fire.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, as I'm hammering it, I'm just, beating it to, a tune I've heard Sazaros sing before, or something like that.
Cool. So that's a 24. That's a good one. Good roll. All right. So you pull your metal out of the steel, and you look over your shoulder. You notice that Tristan's metal has kind of broken a bit, and he gets frustrated, and he kind of folds it over and puts it back in the metal. It seems perhaps that he is a little bit behind. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and roll for Allegrim. Allegrim just got a natural 20.
Of course he did, yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. Drucker Strommel did not roll so good. Neither did Tristan.
Okay.
So it looks like that Drucker Strommel and Tristan Thorhammer are a little behind you. Not nearly as far gone as Allegrim, who at this point is already, you can see him stamping his part of his billet into a wide flat shape. Looks like he's getting ready to kind of shape it into an axe of some kind. Okay, so at this point, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, Axton.
Oh, great. Okay. Let's see. Nope.
All right. So, as you kind of draw your billet out, you get the feeling like, okay, it's about the right length. Now I might want to think about doing that folding process that warrior was talking about. And you go to fold it, and the billet crumbles and falls apart into 3 pieces. and you have to start kind of all over again. You got to kind of fold it into a mush, stick it in the fire, hopefully forge weld it all back together, and kind of try to draw that billet out into a long shape again.
Well, to try to keep up with everybody's pace, I'm going to use my action surge to try to pick up the pace a little bit.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw with an advantage at that in that case.
19.
So 20.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, you're able to kind of make up for lost time in a bit. But unfortunately, when you go to fold it again, actually, before you even fold it, you go to draw it out, and you notice that there are all these little spiderweb cracks in your steel. And when you go to fold it, the whole thing kind of shatters again. You're able to get back to this point rather quickly, but unfortunately, the metal just kind of... Something with the metal, it just kind of collapses under its own stress and breaks once again. About this moment, the scarred dwarf, Olligrim, he keeps looking over at you, scoffing and grumbling to himself. Eventually, he slams down his tools, he stomps over to your anvil, and he sticks a finger right in your chest. Yeah, let me see your billet, boy. Just do it.
I don't... This could be allowed to check no outside assistance, but... Okay. I step back.
The dwarf grabs it and spins it in his fingers. He sniffs it a bit. He licks it a little. A puff of steam rises from his tongue. Mind you, he's grabbing it with his bare hands and is not bothered. He grimaces and shouts to the proctors. Right, this steel's been sabotaged. He turns back to you. Where did you get this billet?
I point over in the bin that I took it from.
Well, it's been smelted with cordylite. Completely ruins the steel, but it's difficult to detect. He grabs his hammer and smashes the shelves containing the slag steel that you chose from. It appears that someone doesn't want you to complete this contest. Now, I'm not one to help my fellow competitors, but I'll not have my 6th Ellington Classic smithing trophy tainted by someone's cheating skullduggery. Here, take my billet. It's good steel. I'll find another. That way, when I beat you, I'll know it was fair and square.
Okay. Wow, thank you. I look to the judges and see if everything's, up to snuff.
Yeah, like they're going to go against this guy.
Yeah, you look at the judges, and they kind of they're kind of looking down their nose at what's going on, and they see, and Olligrim flashes them a glare, and they just kind of whoop, it's fine, whatever, and they just kind of turn around, watch the other contestants.
Okay.
All right. He hands you a piece of steel that is... It's very light to the touch, almost cool, despite it being in such close proximity to these forges. And there's kind of a similar glistening quality to the steel that you just didn't see with any of the other billets being offered. And you start to work this steel, and it just... the billet almost requires less heat to forge, and it just pulls along gently and smoothly and seems to really respond to what you want the metal to do. It's almost like you and the metal are kind of in tune in some way. It's difficult to express, but you're definitely noticing a difference in the quality of work. It seems like for every tap of your hammer, 2 taps worth of work is being impressed upon the steel, and you're definitely making some progress.
Excellent.
All right, so give me another strength check.
Only an 8.
So, in the endurance of this that's necessary for this phase, you're finding yourself getting kind of tired. Now, mind you, you've been working now for a few hours. It's about midday. It seems like now is a good time for everybody to kind of break for lunch. This gives you an opportunity to kind of let your muscles kind of calm down, but you're looking at your work and you're noticing that based on what you had to deal with this bad steel, you're behind. It looks like Tristan has finally formed his steel into a dome shape where he can start working it to give it that helmet shape. There's no eye holes or anything. There's no definition. Drucker Strommel has finished his axe head's general shape, and now you see him actually using a chisel to kind of carve little designs, maybe a filigreed or knotwork of some kind. And Ologrim is actually combining two different colors of metal in the axe head. It looks like he's got like a lump of brass or bronze on the face of the axe head itself, and he's starting to work that and shape that and kind of getting that to look like something. You're not sure what yet.
My second wind ability would help with that endurance, would it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll use my second wind.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another strength check.
22.
Much better. As you consume your lunch and kind of get your breath back, you kind of realize that the mistakes that you were making is due to your novice working ability when it comes to blacksmithing, and you kind of use the compliance of the metal itself to your advantage to work it, and you're able to actually get the perfect shape of this sword to where it definitely is holding the shape that you want. And now you're starting to look for handle materials.
Perfect. Okay.
So go ahead and give me a investigation check.
Oh, 21.
20. So it seems like there is this really interesting looking leather that seems it would make like a very handsome but unique looking wrap for your handle, as well as two pieces of this wood that you feel would, if they were pinned properly to the handle itself, would make for a very nice and sturdy grip that once it was wrapped with this leather, it would end up looking rather well. As opposed to just like a simple brown wrap that doesn't have any style to it. You are unfortunately aware that time is of the essence, and you're meant to hand this in, and you're noticing there's a lot of hammer marks on your blade. There's a lot of little pits and scratches and scrapes. So you're realizing that in order to turn in something that can be tested, you're going to have to put an edge on this thing and sharpen it, and perhaps the strength of the metal itself will surpass the aesthetic inflections that it has and imperfections that it's got on the surface of the metal. Because, like I said, it does look very like it's been hammered on the surface. It's not as smooth or as shiny as you would perhaps like it to be, but it definitely looks like the steel is going to tell the tale of this blade rather than the aesthetic.
Okay. I don't know if I can use any of my other tools I have with me, like my tinker's tools or anything like that, to maybe grind out the edge and smooth it out.
Well, tinker's tools are more for like fixing small mechanical devices or crafting like watches or fixing things like that. Anything that requires moving parts. That there's lots of like little picks and chisels and small hammers and things like that. I really wouldn't serve any purpose here.
Okay, just checking. Well, I'll just do my best to grind everything out with what tools I have.
All right. So, you're starting to notice the other contestants are definitely ahead of you as in terms of where they are in the process. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see here. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, we've got Drucker Strommel with his axe. it looks like at this point Tristram is getting ready to where he has finished his helmet. Axton has been struggling pretty much all day, especially in the first part, and Ologrim is just effortlessly crafting this axe together. But you do get to the point where you feel the end is in sight, and putting an edge on this is not going to be easy, but you're definitely in line to finish this race. So go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw to see if your endurance can sustain to the end.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with a solid finish to this quest, you are able to put an edge on the grinding stone that you feel can definitely slice through fruit, probably leather, and most definitely serve in battle. You go ahead and give, let's see here. So a katana, obviously an odachi, is not a sword in 5e, but I'm going to say...
The closest thing to an odachi is a great sword.
Yeah, I would say, okay, so you've got great sword stats. You find yourself in a quiet corner of the arena, and there's like a barrel. It looks pretty sturdy. It doesn't look like there's anything in it, and you gather that nobody would really mind if you kind of took a couple of test swings just to see how it would perform. So go ahead and give me 2 swipes with your greatsword stats. Let's see how you do. Both do very well. Yeah, you get the feeling like it's not a beautiful sword in terms of what the warrior's sword looks like. It definitely retains the shape, but the surface is a little rough. But man, that steel that Ologrim gave you creates one fine of a honed edge, and you just slice the top of this barrel right off. You feel pretty confident that it'll at least earn you some points. Should the strength of the steel and the edge should be judged.
It's functional, just not pretty.
Yeah. All right. So it gets to be about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the evening. Your muscles are super sore. I mean, you've been doing nothing but swing a hammer and working this metal all day. It's been difficult work. The judges kind of line everybody up with all of your presentation, all of your items to be presented under cloths. The final 4 contestants, you line up to present your pieces to the judges. And let me see here. Drucker Strummel, the orc blacksmith, he approaches, showing off his simple chopping axe. The design is modest, it's not flashy, but the fine detail in the beard of the blade, a subtle twisted knot pattern, really shines amongst the humbleness of the axe. And it looks like that. The set of twin judges look down over their half-moon spectacles at the piece and make notations on a clipboard. Tristram presents a finely crafted helmet with a gleaming polished dome, brass trim and studs, and a deep set of cheek guards that look like this. The judges seem quite impressed. However, when one of them looks closer, they tap on one section, and a devastating crack spreads like a spiderweb across the top.
Oh no!
The crowd laments the smith's mistake, and the judges move on to Axton. Axton, you present your odachi, which at this point looks like this. The curvedness of your blade is impressive to them, as is your choice of handle materials. They give the sword a gentle glide with the edge of their thumb, and one of them cuts their finger and draws blood. A good sign to be sure. The judges make their notations, giving you an approving nod, but you ponder if it's the same expression a mother would give a child to encourage them to try harder next time.
I wonder if I should have polished it with that flaxseed oil.
Too late now.
Lastly, the judges come round to Olligrim. A dense crowd surrounds the dwarf, who keeps his work under a cloth. As the judges approach, he whips the cloth away, and the crowd gasps and fawns in wonder and awe. The sunlight catches the edges of his highly reflective and intricate double-bladed axe, which looks like this. A wind-swept lion's mane pattern of gold and silver crowns a lion's face between the two perfectly rounded axe blades, with a runic symbols carved into the blades themselves, and a braided copper wire twisted around the upper portion of the handle. A simple wrap of deep brown leather capped with a lion's paw pommel finishes what could possibly be the finest weapon you have ever seen. The audience cheers and claps in applause as the judges nod to themselves and smile at the proud dwarf who stands behind his work with arms crossed, beaming at the crowd. He looks over at you and gives you a wink and a similar nod of encouragement. After a few minutes of deliberation, the judges step forward with a leather pouch and the gleaming mithril warhammer, the trophy of the competition. After reviewing your pieces in this glorious and honorable competition, the decision is unanimous. The winner and incumbent champion of the Ellington Classic Smithing Contest is Olligrim Bashar! The crowd leaps into applause and cheering as the contenders take turns shaking hands and patting each other on the back. Axton, you receive your well wishes and compliments from the crowd as the judges hand Olligrim the sack of coin and the master-crafted mithril warhammer to the delight and exhilaration of the onlookers.
Good job, good job.
The crowd begins to kind of surround you all and kind of getting into the spirit of congratulations as you kind of notice Olligrim sort of has kind of ducked away, and after a few minutes he's kind of out of view. You kind of lost sight of him, and as you're being cheered on and encouraged by members like, yeah, you did a good job for what you presented. That thing looked damn sharp, and hey, it cut that guy's finger. Looked pretty good. Hey, good job, man. And you get a couple of grumpy people like, I don't know what you were doing, thinking you could join a competition like this. That sword looks like shit. And kind of a mix between the two. After a while, as the smiths begin packing up their gear, some of them surrounded by spectators admiring their work, even placing orders for items to be made, Axton, in your grief over your loss, you feel a familiar jab of a finger in your back.
I turn around to see who it is.
Standing there, barely up to your chest, is Olligrim Bashar. He's wearing the cloak you first saw him in, having darted away from the crowd. Under one arm is his new trophy, a truly magnificent piece of craftsmanship, no doubt imbued with magical enchantments and mysterious qualities. Mm-hmm. Under the other is his crafted lion's head axe. You showed true grit out there, laddie. You faced sabotage with grace and carried on. I can respect that. And to be truthful, you do possess a real talent for smithing, but you're just too damn green, boy. Jumping into the deep end with seasoned blacksmiths. You've got stones, I'll give you that. You remind me of a taller, much younger me. Would you be a lad and help me with my cart into the alley?
To be honest, I might actually be older than you. But I think I did fairly well for my first time.
Well, would you be allowed and help me with my cart into the alley?
Absolutely.
Once the two of you are out of view of the crowd, Olligrim stops and he puts a hand on your shoulder. Here, I've a gift for you. And he extends his hand for a forearm handshake.
I shake him.
As you clasp Olligrim Basher by the arm, you feel a rush of wind, and your vision goes white. As your eyes adjust, you see before you, clasping your arm, an immense and fully armored dwarf. His plate mail of platinum and blue and red jewels glistens, and his dark flowing hair billows under his glittering helmet in the blinding light emanating from his purely white eyes. The rushing air nearly pulls the oxygen from your lungs, and before you can pull away, you hear a booming voice inside your head. Be not afraid in the presence of the All Hammer.
Oh my.
I mean you no harm. My comrades behind the Divine Gate would say my inclusion into this contest is cheating. But I just can't help myself. I love the competition. However, most folk don't ever help me with the broken cart. But this time you did. You've a clean heart, Axton Woodman Bloom. Use this to continue that purity. Now, I'll be expecting a real challenge out here in another 4 years. Better get smithing. Good luck to you, boy. And your normal vision returns as the wind cuts off. You find yourself once again in the alleyway, now alone. And where your hand grasps the dwarf's arm, you now clutch the lion's head axe.
Oh my god, I'm like in awe. Like, holy hell.
And I will send you its qualities.
I literally have a weapon made by a god. What the hell?
Nice.
It is a unique master-crafted item. A common battle axe, or no. It does 1d8, this does 2d6, in addition to +2, and that's on top of what your modifications for damage would be as well.
Mm-hmm. So +2 in addition. So it's 2d6 +2 plus whatever my strength modifier is.
Yep.
Okay. Bleeding on DC 13. Let's see. Oh wow, so the bleeding can possibly stack. So if I get multiple criticals, it could be bleeding for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to add this to my collection.
The dwarf is gone, the alley is empty, the evening is droning to a close. You now find yourself surrounded by your compatriots who followed you into the alleyway.
Did we see any of that?
No, you watched. You guys were kind of watching the whole thing, and this all transpired in a matter of minutes. You watched him kind of follow the short dwarf quickly into an alley, and by the time you caught up, you noticed that he was alone, and now he's holding the axe that the dwarf made.
Wow!
You steal that from him?
No, I did not.
Bashir gave you that?
I told him like the entire story of what just happened, that was the Allhammer himself, or an avatar of the Allhammer, and this is for my good deed and my job well done.
Everybody make an insight check. Except for Axton. Hold on.
Natural 1.
The monk rolled a 1.
Oh, wow.
I like to believe that I am so jealous that a god would talk to you that I'm just like, nope, it can't be true. It can't be true.
Ooh,
I've been training for 40 years and God hasn't talked to me yet.
100 years. I'm over 100 years old, guys. Like, I would be real unhappy.
I would say that, why does it do that? There we go. I would say that Maven believes him. Let me get one from Koza.
I also got a natural 1.
Okay, you definitely believe him. And let's see. Oh, I got to roll for Atgeir. He got a 5. Atgeir believes him. However, Baranor, Sazaros, you get the sense that perhaps he doesn't know what he saw, or maybe even is making it up to impress upon you, how he got the axe. It's unclear. It's very strange that he's holding it. You get the feeling that dwarf probably would have wanted to either sell it or keep it for himself, but Axton has it. And it's a very strange set of circumstances. Certainly not how you expected the blacksmithing competition to finish.
Yes, certainly strange circumstances, but still makes for a great story. I'm getting a quill and paper.
Sure. So you all know that tomorrow is kind of an off day. You guys have a day to prepare for the team battle, which is going to be the next morning. Is there anything anybody would like to do tonight?
Well, I think I need a long rest after this. Like, my muscles are going to be swollen.
You can take a good hot bath.
Probably.
A steamer. Yeah, you guys are able to find something in the way of a good hearty, greasy, savory meal, something to replace the salt that Axton lost in his sweating, and there's something in the line of a hearty stew with lots of potatoes and meat and carrots.
All right.
Yeah. The evening, unless anybody has anything they want to do, the evening concludes with some beverages imbibed and some boasting from a nearby Drucker Strummel, who definitely feels like he should have won at least second place, if not first. A fight breaks out amongst a couple of the judges who believe that some people are calling their decision a little biased, but overall the night is in typical Dane fashion, quite enjoyable and filled with stories to tell your grandchildren for sure.
Does that mean that I actually won second? Like, could I get?
No, you get the feeling that you had the runner-up for sure.
Oh, okay.
Although, at the very least, third place, because at least your item didn't break, whereas Tristran's did.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We'll get back. I'll spend another hour with my book, and I'll go out again, carousing and listening.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Go ahead and give me another investigation. Actually, give me a persuasion check, Sazaros.
Natural 1 for an 11.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. So.
I'm just not feeling it tonight.
You make it to a different tavern because you feel it's good to spread the questioning out amongst the city.
Mm-hmm.
You are met with a couple of thuggish brutes, and they don't take kindly to you asking about the breakers. They drag you out into a back alley and kind of a question like, what do you want with the breakers? Right in your face.
Okay. And so I'm telling them about how they cheated me out of a card game, and I'm just looking to try to regain my unfairly lost winnings.
Make a persuade. Actually, that's not technically a lie, is it?
Well, not really, because he threw me out of the window during a card game.
Okay, so give me a persuasion check.
18.
Yeah, you beat his insight for sure. They kind of look at each other and look back at you and sort of toss you to the ground with a clump. And they kind of get real low as you kind of like recoil and react. If I was you and you want to keep all the teeth in your head, I wouldn't go spreading questions round town about the breakers. Got it? They just kind of, they don't even wait for a response. They just sort of kick a little mud into your face and leave you on in the back of this alley, covered in mud and a little sore, and they walk away.
Yeah. And I think at that bout of ill luck, I think I'm just going to cut my losses and go back home.
The night progresses. Some of you are sore, some of you are not. And the Ellington Classic is definitely in full swing. Is there anything anybody would like to accomplish on this day of rest between the end of the blacksmithing competition and the much anticipated team battle?
Maybe we should come up with some like tactics for the team battle, or what do you guys think?
One thing is the platinum been smelted down?
It has.
Is today going to be the day?
Yeah, I would say on this day, Atgeir was able to go and arrange for it to be delivered to the Hargrove estate. So your party receives 300, platinum minus 30, so that's 270.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so some of this could be going towards either refurbishing or getting a chariot if you guys are still interested in participating in the chariot race.
I think that'd be beneficial, yeah. Use the money to make more money, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. We could also use some portion of this to replace our wagon and get a proper horse team.
Yeah, I was planning on buying a horse at some point.
As the logical one of the group here, I just want to mention, does anyone have any experience with chariots?
Well,
Or racing chariots, or...
I'm proficient with vehicles. Any land vehicles.
And I'm good with animal handling as well.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, has anyone owned a chariot or ever raced a chariot, or are we going to jump into competition with actual chariot teams not knowing anything about chariots? Is all I'm saying. That I think a wagon and horses are a better investment for us as a unit long term than the chariot.
I agree.
Just thinking logically.
Yeah, I think Yuno has a good point.
He does. Oh. Well, we need to get some material components, because if anybody ever wants to be raised again from the dead, looking at Koza, I need some material components.
Good idea.
Axton, and you know what? Axton and Yuno, both of you give me let's say a history check. What the heck? this is kind of a base camp kind of day, discussing things, maybe finding some things out, maybe sending Dulcan out to discuss, to find some answers or something like that.
I've been frozen
18.
for like 200 years. I'm not going to know nothing.
What'd you get?
I got
18.
I got a 5 with a natural 1. So
Is that an 18 or a 19?
That is 18. 1,
18.
8.
Okay.
Like 7, then 8, and then 9. The one in the middle of those numbers.
Got it. So you guys already have access to a chariot. It just needs heavy repairs. So you're not going to have to spend $250 or 250 gold on a new chariot. You're just going to have to spend anywhere between 50 to 70 gold to have the present chariot at least retrofitted to the point where it's functional. It doesn't have to have like glitz and glam or gold trim or anything like that. It's just a simple wooden chariot that looks like it's made to hold 4 horses. So you at least don't have to worry about spending a whole lot of money on the thing to enter in the first place. Just putting that out there.
So, doing quick math, as the group's kind of financial keeper here, we could all put 21... I'm sorry. Hold on. Doing math here in my head. We have 270 gold. We could all put 30 platinum into our pocket, which would be...
The 270 is actually 38 apiece, including gear.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking, so a nice even number is, the 30, and then that leaves us 60 platinum or 600 gold to spend on wagon, horses, miscellaneous group stuff. So we can all put a little bit of money in our pocket, and collectively as a group still have a pretty decent bankroll to buy supplies,
and durables.
Horses, wagons, rations. Yeah. I would just like to put that to a vote with everybody.
No, group fund sounds great.
I mean, that's not a bad idea.
A group fund, yes.
Yes.
Alright, so we can all add 30 platinum to our inventories, and then I will write separately that the group has 60 platinum.
I'm just going to test out my weapon here in chat just to see if I got it set up right.
I always end up playing the banker. Maybe it has something to do with my day job.
It's what you're good at, Ken.
I will remember this, Axton or Barry, but just if you want to include that in your description, that once they suffer that bleeding damage, they have to make a DC 15 con save or DC 15 medicine check, or the bleeding continues.
I can have that.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'll remember, but just for your edification. Yeah, and I've got a table up right now when it comes to vehicles. If you guys wanted to upgrade your cart, or repair your cart, or just buy it, replace it with something. If I remember correctly, you guys took that cart off of a group of bandits.
Yeah,
it wasn't in pristine shape when you got it, and then transporting the boulet had pretty much destroyed the axles. So it's going to need a wagon's worth 35. It's going to take 25 just to repair it. But you can upgrade. You can get a bigger wagon that will probably fit more of you, plus supplies in it if you wish, like a covered wagon kind of thing.
Conestoga wagon, or however you pronounce it. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah. We don't have to. We don't have to role play you talking to a livery guy for that. We can just negotiate that right now, if you guys want to do that.
Yeah,
all depends on what you're looking for.
A bigger weapon. I would vote for a bigger wagon because between Koza and myself, we need a little extra room to stretch out.
Yeah, maybe part of a wagon, like a full-out carriage, like something a little bigger.
Yeah, you can get a carriage now. You guys have some experience with a carriage. You've been riding in the Hargroves. That is a luxury carriage, which is worth significantly more than a standard carriage. You'll also know that a carriage does not have a whole lot of room for storage other than, say, like a trunk. If you wanted kind of like a cargo carriage that has ample seating and also room for storage, that also has a dollar value more than a regular carriage.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm thinking more utilitarian. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love a comfy ride. I love a luxury ride, but the places, do you really want to go to Rathburn in that?
Yeah, I think a bigger wagon that doesn't necessarily advertise, hey, rob us, would...
We could always attach a ballista on top or something.
Like a covered wagon?
That would be awesome.
We could fly on unicorn wings everywhere too, but practicality-wise...
Yeah, I think a good-sized covered wagon with... 4-horse team?
Yeah, you would definitely need at least 4.
With a 4-horse team and then our individual horses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which, if I'm not mistaken, right now there are 2 horses between Axton and Sazaros. Atgeir has a pony. Yuno has a horse. And Daunt took his pony away. So there's only 4 horses right now, and one of them is a pony. So you would need... I would say you'd probably need 4 new horses, unless you wanted to get it. Yeah, I would say you would definitely probably need to purchase 4 new beasts.
All right, so let's assume
they're not super cheap, but I'm sure with some persuasion, you probably get some money off.
Yeah.
Sazaros, you are up.
I am up.
We head off to the horse trader, literally.
Okay.
Yes.
There is a horse trader in town, and he is fully stocked on ponies, war horses, drafting horses, mastiffs, and donkeys, mules. Doesn't have any elephants or camels, but with the Ellington Classic. Yeah, with the Ellington Classic in full swing, the fact that there's 3 times the population of people in town for the Classic, and the demand on animals, they are pretty well stocked, although being that it seems like you're about a third of the way through the events, perhaps, that people have been buying animals. So it's not like they're fully stocked, but they definitely have a wide range.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what exactly is it that you're looking for today from the horse trader?
Oh, did Koza or Baranor come with us?
I am definitely coming with you. I would definitely come with you because I'm planning on buying my own horse.
Well, so Baranor, you're pretty familiar with animals and animal handling. Why don't you take a look at some of these draft horses, and kind of pick out the 4 that you think are the best.
So big, he needs a Clydesdale to ride.
Is that a survival or animal handling bonus?
I would say that's I would give you a survival on that.
Survival, okay.
Yeah.
And that way, as you pick out the 4 of the best draft horses, Sazaros here can cut a good deal on them, and maybe get some other stuff thrown in too. Why not?
All right.
Yeah, a 16 is not. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. And I'll say that if to you the draft, you don't really, you're of the woods. You don't really have a lot of experience in negotiating which horses are better for which wagons. Like a 4-legged animal to you is there's very little difference between horses as far as you're concerned. But you are able to kind of you're able to kind of pick out ones that look healthy as opposed to ones that perhaps are a little older. And you feel quite confident that you have 4 draft horses that would be suitable for a larger carriage. And you also are able to pick out a very handsome, kind of a pale riding horse with a black stripe or black mane riding down its head. It's got some spots on its rump, and it seems to take to you a little bit at first. It's not like it falls in love with you by any stretch of the imagination, but definitely doesn't ignore you or bray or bustle as you approach.
Okay. As a kind of not quite backtrack, but side note, I can cast Speak with Animals on myself.
And I also cast Eagle's Slender on myself.
And see, and kind of speak with the horses and kind of see how they are with each other.
Well, you cast Speak with Animals, and you can speak to... Now, does that spell allow them to respond, or can you just talk to them?
You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but at minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations, monsters, and including whatever they can perceive or have perceived in the past day. You might be able to persuade a beast to perform a small favor at the GM's discretion.
Okay, that seems a little open to interpretation, so I'll just say that you're able to, of the 4 draft horses that you've sort of picked out, you get the feeling that one of them doesn't like another one of them, and perhaps it might not be a bad idea to split them up if you were to purchase them.
Steve's a dick. I don't want to run with him.
Yeah.
Travis is a dick.
Oh, that will make our horse team a little more coherent. Yeah.
Okay, and Eagle's Splendor, how does that work?
I get advantage on charisma checks.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage, and we'll see if you're able to squeak. Being that you're not purchasing the cart from this guy, you're only purchasing the animals.
The animals, okay. So I rolled a 27.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say you...
I was even going to say,
you'd have gotten
anyone should have had, advantage if you could be able to talk with the animal.
Let's see.
That's what I was thinking, but it's...
being able to say, who wants to come with us? Who's the best of you guys?
That's what I was thinking as well.
So 4 draft horses is 200, and a riding horse is 75, so 275, and I'm going to apply a discount because that's a crazy persuasion check.
No, does anybody else, are we getting, or is it just the 4 of us that came? Koza, are you getting a horse, or are you going to ride in the cart?
I can get a horse. I can get a horse.
Okay, so that's another... Let's see here. That's another 75. Actually, you're going to need like a...
You're going to need like a...
Yeah, you're going to need a large... Well, a draft horse is cheaper, which is weird. And I would assume it's because a draft horses
can carry more. Riding horses are faster, but can carry less.
Yeah, I would say you're going to need a draft horse. All right, so that's actually works out better for you guys because it's cheaper. That's 325. Maven's the only one without a horse. Did you want a horse, or were you going to be sufficing to ride in the cart? Which, if you wish, you guys can have the cart outfitted with bench seating in the back.
I have bench seating and some storage compartments.
Yeah. What was that, Maven?
Oh, I just said I don't really see why I would need a horse long term.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Fair enough.
You've got 50 feet of movement.
55, thank you.
Now.
Yeah, she walks.
Yeah, man, get it right.
Your character sheet only says 50, so I was going off of that.
Oh, I haven't updated the one on there recently. Sorry.
I will update that for you now.
So, with your stellar persuasion check, the price of all the horse flesh goes from 325 to 237 and 25 silver.
And what about feed and tack and all that? Let's get us set up here.
He'll throw all that in. He'll throw in we'll say a sack of oats. How much was that? Okay, that's going to be 237 and 25 silver, and he'll throw in a sack of oats, which is enough to feed your horses for like a week. I mean, you guys are dropping a lot of money on him right now.
And we got 5 draft horses.
And a riding horse.
Out of my personal funds, I'll also buy a military saddle and bit and bridle.
Okie dokie. The military, it doesn't really say the difference. Is it that you can hold weapons?
No, so it gives you advantage on checks to make sure that you're mounted. I've read in another place that it also helps when you're firing arrows from those things.
Oh, right on. Okay.
So you're not like at disadvantage when you're shooting from on the move or something like that.
Understood.
Although I don't see that in D&D Beyond, but
yeah, I'm on D&D Beyond as well. It just has it listed. It doesn't really talk about the benefits, which is kind of dumb. You'd think that for 20 gold more, there should be a listed difference, but
if you hover over it, it says something like a military saddle braces the rider, helping you keep seated on an active mount in battle. It gives you advantage on any check you make to remain mounted.
Sure.
And the bit and bridle, I've just heard that's required for riding. I don't know.
Okay, so we have 363 gold still remaining out of the group fund for miscellaneous supplies.
Okay.
Which should definitely cover cart, rations,
camp supplies,
arrows.
Didn't we just buy a wagon?
No.
Well, we haven't got horse.
We have not physically bought it yet.
Okay, the wagon is not expensive.
Well, it is if you want a bigger one with seating and stuff installed. It's going to have a little. I mean, it's not going to be 100 gold, but it's not going to be 35 either.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And camp supplies.
Do we want any barding for like these horses? So like essentially armor for them?
They're draft horses. If they need to be wearing armor, we're gonna be in some bad places.
We're in the wrong part of town.
Right, it's true.
We wandered into Detroit.
I would say anything more than a blanket, and you're going to incur some speed penalties when you're traveling. That's a lot of extra weight on a horse, not mention what it's carrying.
It's designed for the horse. It's only 2 times the normal weight of the horse.
There's like rules for barding, so
It is, yeah.
As far as the wagon, you guys visit one of the carpenters who specializes in vehicles. He's actually, we'll say, he's somebody that Axton perhaps sought out to inquire as to repairing the chariot. This is the man who makes, his business is he makes carts, wagons, and things like that. So for a standard wagon, it's 35 gold. If you wanted a large wagon that could hold half your party, which at this point is 6 people, you're going to increase the size, which he has various sized wagons. It also has canvas covering, and he can have bench seating installed that would not hinder its storage capacity for a total of 55 gold.
Now, would that be like 4 people in the back with like 2 up front with the horses seating
Correct.
the party? Or okay, so we could fit the whole party onto the wagon.
If you had to, if you lost all but 4 draft horses, and you had to fit everybody in the party, you would be able to. Yeah.
Good.
So that's 55,
And that was 55
gold for that.
How about getting some storage compartments? Maybe a hidden storage compartment in the floorboard.
A hidden storage compartment could be done. You would have to.
Smuggling compartment.
How big of a compartment are you talking about? Not enough to fit.
I only rolled a 16 on my persuasion this time, so it's not going to be as dramatic a discount as the last one.
Yeah, he doesn't seem super, interested in negotiation. So it's more like, look, I'm doing a lot of extra work to this wagon. 60 gold is the price.
So do it.
Pulls out 60 gold and makes it rain. Oh, can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Can't hear Joe, though.
That's because I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay.
I'm just letting you all work this out.
I'm normally not the only one talking, so it really threw me off.
All right, so you have a new wagon. Hey!
Yay.
New wagon, new horses. You guys are you guys ready for long-term travel for sure?
We can get the hell out of Dodge now.
Mm-hmm. You feel pretty confident in your new horses. When you guys do leave town, we're going to go through a series of animal handling checks just so that you guys can bond with your horses, but that shouldn't be an issue. So at this point, it's about late afternoon, probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon by the time you... Now, mind you, your wagon's not ready.
No.
It's going to need to be worked on. He's going to want a couple days to make the changes and things like that. Your horses, however, they're ready to go, and it can be delivered to the Hargrove estate, or you can take up residence in the livery, which will have a fee attached to it. It's purely up to you.
We'll get them. We can get them delivered to the Hargrove estate.
Yeah, no, they absolutely will be able to accommodate 6 more horses. It's a little tight in their stables, but they already have 4 or 5. Well, they definitely have 4 because they have a chariot. Probably you've probably doubled the capacity of the stables, and the stables look like it could handle somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 horses.
Okay.
Not a problem.
Cool. And before things close, I needed to find a jeweler to see about finding a 300 gold piece diamond for a revivify.
And yeah, I'm going to wander off to the magic shop.
Okay. So we'll deal with Sazros first. Go ahead and give me an investigation check with advantage because you have traversed these streets before.
14s.
I will accompany Sazros.
Say what?
I will accompany Sazros to the jeweler.
Okay. Yeah, the jewelers that you find unfortunately do not have any large diamonds like that. They deal in smaller, smaller diamonds that will fit in rings. It's not exactly it's not a jewel that widely sought after, at least not unless you ingratiate yourselves in with the elite society that can get their hands on those kinds of jewels.
Okay.
You do find, a 300 gold diamond is pretty big, and it's difficult to locate something that large.
Okay. All right then. Well, when we go back, I'll just ask the Hargroves to see if they may be able to locate it for us.
Okay. You make your way. Do you want to visit anyone in particular? There's Fodal, but there's also other magic shops in Dane. Not many. It's not a magic heavy city. It seems like Fodal's is the most well known, but there are some kind of seedier parts of town that deal in like black market items and magic.
I'm going to try one of the shops we haven't been to before, and then if that doesn't go well, I'll journey over to Fodal's.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation.
Oh, I can investigate the shit out of stuff. That is natural 20 plus 8, 28.
Wow, yeah. There is a you kind of dress down a little bit and start asking questions around town and perhaps looking for the easier to find of the nefarious black market personnel, and you don't find a shop. You do find a person who can direct you behind a storefront. Where he keeps kind of a hoard of illicitly procured magical artifacts that are lying in wait to be sold off to the highest bidder, but he doesn't mind making a little side change or a little side cash, presumably because you've ascertained these actually aren't his. He just knows where it is.
All right, I'm gonna kind of browse his selection here and kind of see what I come across.
I mean, he's got some interesting rings. He's got what looks like a steel rod that vibrates in your hand as you hold it. It's about 2 feet long. It's got some runic inscriptions written on top of it. And he's got a number of gems that a couple of them pulse with a little bit of a glow. There's a blue one, a red one. There's what looks like a clear diamond-looking object with you would recognize this. It's got tears inside of it. And implements, looks like a couple of tuning forks. You're not exactly sure where they're attuned to. And this guy is extraordinarily inept at giving you any indication on what these things really are. He doesn't seem to be super versed in their properties. He just knows that they're valuable. And no matter what you ask, he always seems to be obsessed with the price.
I'm going to cast Identify. I'm going to pull out my wand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tap a couple of the rings.
Okay. One of the rings is a +1 to. It's kind of got like a dark steel band, and it has several small gems embedded along its axes, and you identify it as a +1 to fire resistance. So basically, you get the sense that if you were to take any fire damage, you could subtract one or add 1 to your resistance roll. He offers that for 500 gold. You tap another one. This is going to take... How many charges are you using? Because you've got 3, right?
I have 3. How many rings are there?
There's like a handful, maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
One of them looks like it was carved from stone. And you recognize this as it looks rare. You recognize this as a rare item. And you recognize this as a stone skin ring. And this gives you, as a bonus action, you can activate this effect and create a thick layer of jagged rock plates that covers your skin, adding a +1 bonus to your AC for 1 minute. And the effect can be repeated after a long rest. He offers this for 2,500 gold. Another one looks like it's kind of a novelty item. It's a transmutation ring. It looks like it can turn a certain number of copper into silver, a certain number of silver into gold, a certain number of gold into platinum once a day.
I already have that.
Yep, that's why
Yuno's already got one of them. He's like, nah.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Want to buy one?
Need it.
Want to buy one? I got it.
Yep.
Yuno's got to remember to start using that.
Mm-hmm.
Start converting stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, Yuno's not really seen anything that he's looking for.
I mean, you are. I know what you're in search for. You do see a red gem that catches your attention.
Yuno's gonna pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of investigate it.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
Luckily, Yuno's super good at that. 24.
Yeah, you get the feeling that this is definitely what you're looking for, that if you were to press this jewel to a weapon's pommel, that it would adhere after about 10 minutes, and you could use this as a spell focus. And he doesn't really know much about it. He's pretty much just gauging this on the fact that it looks like a ruby, so he's really only going to charge you 40 gold for it.
I'm gonna negotiate.
All right, roll persuasion.
Oh, 21.
21.
D&D Beyond's dice are favoring me today.
21. All right, he's gonna knock 8 gold off of it. He'll give it to you for 32.
I'll take it. Why not?
He seems extremely disappointed that you did not buy one of his other stolen items. And after taking your gold, he seems... Go ahead.
Now, I can put you in touch with another buyer who may be interested in, your steady source of, illicit goods. I don't know how much, how vast your network currently is, but I could put you in touch with, some of my contacts to help you, move some of this stuff if in the future you reserve some of your good items for me at a deep discount.
Well, I'm one to create a wider spread out network. Sure. And he offers you his name of Minas, M-E-N-A-S, Holland. And he can be found at most times at the tavern, the Bowman's Bounty.
And I, whisk away. And as he's walking back, he's going to spend time holding the ruby that he just acquired to the end of Mr. Stabby.
All right. Mr. Stabby, after 10 minutes of walking around and you just kind of keeping your dagger sort of palmed while you press the gem into it, now serves as a spell focus. Anybody else?
Okay. Nah, I do what I needed to do.
Okay.
I was just going to spend the day reading my book.
Well, let's see. You have a horse. Did you accompany them to purchase new horse flesh or the cart?
I did not.
Okay, then you have literally all day to read your book. How many hours? I would say you have 8 hours at your disposal to read that book if you wish.
Sure, I'll read 8 hours. I had a hard day last couple days, so.
How much time you got left?
Quite a few hours, yeah. Well, after 8 more hours, let's see. I'm at 34:72.
Cool. All right. I have to. What does Atgeir owe the group to chip in for that carton stuff?
It was all called part of the group fund.
Okay, so you guys took your individual shares before it was divvied amongst people. So,
Correct.
Is there any left over that I can add to Atgeir's inventory?
Well,
You
he
all
would have
then
gotten his share was
30.
30. Yeah, so he got 30 pieces, and then the remaining 60 is what we used to buy the cart, the horses, and that sort of stuff. So he got 30 pieces of platinum.
Perfect. All right.
Plus whatever he pickpocketed throughout the day.
Yeah. I'm not, since he never did that when he was actually playing as Atgeir, I'm going to refrain from changing that up. I don't know why he didn't. He's got amazing sleight of hand and awesome stealth. He totally could have gotten rich doing that. But that is a tale for a different day. All right. You can hear people at this point sort of congregating around the St. Alisar's Colosseum. You see vendors starting to gather around and setting up shops, selling their wares, exotic foods from across the realms, and silks and armor and weapons, and just like a festival surrounding or I should say like a concession stadium surrounding a sporting event. And you get the feeling that people are really getting ready for what's going to happen tomorrow. If there is nothing else anybody would like to accomplish tonight, we can go ahead and move on to tomorrow morning.
Let's.
By me.
Righty. Let's see here. The video I wanted is not available anymore. That's not cool. So, you all awake the next morning, fit and ready. I'm guessing you all wish to outfit yourselves into your armor before heading down to the Colosseum, yes?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good assumption.
So, as...
I'm just going to cast Alarm as a ritual.
Okay. All right. Your Arcane Ward is now up. And as Axton is having his armor applied to him, taking the usual 10 minutes, you all notice that Baranor is getting into his new set of armor, which is a sort of a deep maroon, almost brown set of studded leather with all these short, stubby spikes, all like spiking studs all over the surface of his armor. Definitely a different look for him, but one that looks promising. And you also,
pleasure to meet you.
yeah, you also see Sazaros stepping down from his dressing room in a very unique and interesting set of leather armor, dyed purple. Looks absolutely stunning, with Anthem's edge clasped to his side, and he looks a little like this.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Mr. Fancy Pants over here.
Indeed, and I have the receipt to prove it.
So fancy.
Well,
Armor,
thanks.
so I look totally normal.
And that's the one you have to worry about the most.
Just chilling, like, really? Y'all gotta do all that?
Yeah, that's the person that is so confident that they could kill you that they don't have to worry about it.
I mean, yeah, probably.
But you make your way down to the stadium. It doesn't take you long to get down there. It is a explosive atmosphere. And as you are granted entry, you are directed not inside the main seating area, but instead to a staging area where contestants are awaiting. You are surrounded by teams of adventurers, and you see a couple people with behind a cage. There's a cage covered by a large curtain. You hear snarling and snapping behind it. You're in a room probably about 60 to 70 feet across, and you can hear the cheers of the crowd muffled above you. So you can get the feeling that you're definitely underground. You hear somebody, you can't understand quite what they're saying, but you hear them engaging with the crowd and talking them up and getting them ready, and you hear, with each blast from this person's voice, you hear a rise in the applause and the screaming and the anticipation of the crowd above you. Eventually, you and the other teams, again, it's rather dark. There are some of you with dark vision, some of you without. There are people you see humanoids of all races. There's half orcs and humans and elves and half elves. People donning armor or robes or studded leather with swords or daggers or mauls or battle axes at their side. You see gnomes, and there's a pair of gnomes with something underneath a yellow tarp that you can't exactly see, but you see sections of this tarp wiggling, and there's a strange kind of whistling and grinding sound coming from within. It's an odd assortment of contestants, and as you are all led one group at a time up a set of gradual, almost like a ramp that actually spills out into the stadium itself, you are met with the blinding sun of the day. The arena is explosive. Not a single spectator is in their seats. A vibrant energy of want for battle can be felt from everyone watching. The elven master of ceremonies floats 50 feet above the center of the arena, where about 6 to 7 groups of fighters now join you, stand there, swinging their swords, practicing their movements. Some appear to be mercenaries or bandits. Others have beasts and monsters under their control, hoping to wipe out the competition with their pets. The MC shouts into a small cylinder, and his voice booms throughout the stadium. Welcome, one and all, to this, the great Ellington Classic Team Battle. The audience erupts in applause and cheers. We have many varied and voracious competitors, all vying for that first place prize and the honor to call themselves the greatest warriors in all of Valandiir. Many groups have come and gone, but only the most vicious, the most cunning, the bravest and strongest have made it here today. We have, and he starts to gesticulate towards certain groups, and each time he does this kind of spotlight gets placed on the group that he's talking to. The Belly Achers, and a group of warriors raise their weapons and roar. The Capital Grifters, the Dead Nightmares, and he literally points to a guy surrounded by skeletons and zombies. The Fury Riders, Hydraxis, and when he says Hydraxis, he points to 3 men holding chains hooked up to a young-looking Hydra. Zethys Reborn, the Crown Collectors. The crowd starts cheering. The Deep Dwarf Company, to which, as far as you can tell, is one very, very pale dwarf standing about 30 feet in front of you and just brandishing an axe. The Tomlin Tinkerers, and you see 2 nervous gnomes lead and control a terrifying spider-like automaton. Hammered Pride, The Moon Boys! The Moon Boys are basically 4 gnolls. The Aegis Relics! And last but not least, the Haven's Crest Heroes! Please welcome our resident musicians for these games, Bloodface! And you see to the far end of the stadium, this stage, a big curtain drops, and you see the band led by the heavy metal face paint donning dwarf, Zane Bloodhammer. And they immediately start playing this bagpipe-inspired metal music, which I'm totally going to start playing.
Oh, sick!
Now.
I didn't know Bloodface was going here.
Boop. Oop. Nope. Stop. There we go. All right. Yep. Boo. Without further ado, let the mightiest team win. Now, fight! And you find yourself face to face with a pale-looking dwarf. Is that not playing? Can no one hear that?
We're here.
I can hear it, but it's not great quality.
Oh boy.
I hear cheering and trumpets.
Yeah. Let me see here. How about this? Let's see what this does. Oh no! My cool moment.
Placeholder music.
Yeah, there we go. I can hear it. If you can't hear the music, just hop out of the chat and hop back in. That's what I do. So you Hammered Pride. It's Hammered Pride, and that's not who's facing you. Who's facing you is the Deep Dwarf Company.
Company of one that we know of.
Yep. And yeah, you see in front of you this guy. He's holding a big freaking hammer. So let's move everybody over to the map. Let's get this show on the road. The map. So if you guys would all kindly place yourselves in some of arrangement around the bottom of the map. Over here.
So many people.
And
Prep. Before the gun really sounds for combat, I am going to cast Cat's Grace on Maven.
Oh, thank you.
Which will give her advantage on dexterity checks. Which also includes initiative.
Oh, nice.
Because initiative is technically a dex check.
I am also going to cast Flame Arrows on Baranor.
Thank you. Those came in handy last time.
Where are we at?
Are we rolling in this?
Yeah.
I'm getting so many natural 20s. Like, what the hell?
everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
We're down here.
You're at the bottom.
Can we make Yuno not giant?
Yeah, why is he so big?
I don't know. How did you a giant? Was pretty cool.
Yuno's just gonna start kicking dwarves. Just gonna punt them right across the field.
And let's see here.
Oh, wow, somebody else got a nice initiative there.
All right. Atgear got a... He got a... Ooh, that's a 9, not a 6, so that is a 14. Oh. That should be everybody, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to go ahead and just end this. And right. All right, Maven, you're up.
Okay.
Let's do this. And mind you, while this is happening, just to let me set the stage, you can see all the other teams just start diving at each other. Some of them split off and start attacking the nearest one. You see one of the teams way far away. They start to like snake around and like hug the wall, and looks like they're going after what they perceive perhaps as a weaker group. But yeah, it just kind of erupts into total chaos with the large automaton, which its arms end in like saw blades and like needles and claws, starts going after the group to its north.
Okay.
Wow. Koza and Stazaros both got natural ones.
Oh, jeez.
That sucks.
Yeah. I'm gonna smack him 2 times.
I'll provide much
With
needed
my
moral support at the end of the round.
Okay.
Rah, me. Hit him in the knee.
Natural 20 for the first one.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just talking to you. And do you want me to do like hit damage or sure hit
And
damage?
seeing as that's a natural 20, go ahead and roll the damage for that one. So that's double your dice and then add your mods.
Okay, so it'll be 7.
What?
Wait, hold on.
It did the math for you.
Yes, it did not. It did. I'm not even.
And you can see part of the crowd is paying attention to the spectacle, and part of the crowd is facing towards Bloodface. And you can see a small mosh pit starting to form right in front of the stage.
It did 12.
21.
What?
It is 21 damage for the first one.
All right, 21 damage to the dwarf.
And then 22 to hit.
That hits.
And that'll be 8 more points.
8 more points. All right.
And then for my bonus action, I will spend a key point and do take the dodge action. Okay, I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
It's defense.
You hold yourself ready to accept a blow.
Yep.
All right, Axton Woodman Bloom, you're next.
$22 to hit.
That hits, for sure. That's 17 points of slashing damage. Yeah, you caught him right off guard. He was not expecting that at all. And you just slice real deep into his armor, and you see a gout. This axe, by the way, is really sharp. It was crafted to a razor's edge, but you get the feeling that a typical axe, if it were this sharp, the edge would roll or chip. But the metal that this was made with is, for some reason, allowing it to have this super, super sharp edge.
I'm guessing it's made of like some sort of mithril or something like that.
Unclear.
Yeah, he has to make a DC 13 or be bled. No, wait, that's only a critical. Never mind.
Yep.
Second attack. Where is it?
Another good hit. Okay, another 15 points.
I'm actually going to use a trip attack for that. Actually, fear attack for that one.
I'm assuming you included your bonus. Oh, you're at advantage because you're flanking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I might not see trip attack, menacing attack, but... Oh, 7 fear. 7
So wisdom save. That's a 18.
Yeah, so he's fine. Okay, and I guess that'll end my turn.
All right, on the end of your turn, as you strike him with your axe, you and Maven both, you hear the grinding of footsteps all around you, but you can't place where it's coming from, but you do see depressions. You hear a growling, and you look around and see this. You see this.
Him still.
Everybody see that?
Oh, if you click on it, it's
bad.
great.
Surrounding now surrounding Maven, you see 3 large-sized Duragar dwarves that have seemingly come out of nowhere. And let me bring those guys out. There's this one. Come on, quit being stupid. Oh god, I really freaking hate this website sometimes. Can I please just do what I want to do? There we go. You see this guy? You see this guy? Nope.
Mobile fleet can come in real handy.
Make him the right size.
I know, I'm watching him change size like 3 times.
And this guy. They surround Maven. There we go. Okay.
Look at the dog.
Maven had patient defense on.
Yeah, thankfully I did the freaking patient defense.
All right, let's add some initiative for these guys who just showed up out of nowhere.
I'm just wondering if this was against the rules not to be present or visible at the start of battle.
Well, that would be something to take up with the yeah. Ooh, natural 1. That's not good.
Ooh, not a great start.
Seems like one of these guys might have used up all of his gusto. What the hell? There we go. And then this crazy looking guy with the 2 double giant swords. Nice. All right. So. All right. Baranor, it is your turn. And I'll say, as a... oh, nope, he's gonna wait. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna scoot over. I think that's about good. All right. And
arrows you said,
20. That was
That was
Koza that
me.
did that.
You get an extra d6 fire damage.
Right. Got it. Alright. I will target this, what do you think, the guy in the middle?
Probably the guy in the middle.
Alright, the guy in the middle. And I have no problem with range. Alright. Gonna hit him with a hunting arrow. First off. Hunter's mark him. Well, Hunter's mark him.
This guy right here?
Oh, the and then right in front of him.
Oh, the little guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
Let's see here.
Alright, is he marked?
Yeah, he's marked. Let's go.
Oh, that's not good.
14 does not hit.
Ring shot. Oof, rolling bad.
13 does not hit either.
Alright. That's
Whiffed.
That's everything.
They land in the sand on either side of Maven, actually. All right, you see this guy up here. He produces from his belt what looks like a small, smoky-colored gray bead, and he tosses it right here, right where Axton's feet is. He's going to use his action to create a dome of dim light, because they are Duragar and they can't really function very well in bright light. Boom.
Is that something that can be counterspelled, or is it because it's a magic item?
It is a magic item, it is not a spell.
Okay.
Magic items will be count.
20, 30. That's not big enough. Well, and
It's 60 feet?
yep. Let's see. No.
And just for the record, counterspell does not work on magic items.
Okay.
Only spells.
Gotcha.
Or maybe it's all magic. You can.
Just for the record, it doesn't look like it's a spell. It looks like it's creating like a dome of like wispy smoke that's emanating from that one spot. It's not quite obscured. It dims the light enough where it seems a little dimmer in there, a little darker. I just looked it up, what it was. But it's not centered there, it's centered. Move! Why won't you move? There we go. Well, that's too much. There we go. Okay. In any case, that's his turn. It is... Let's see, to the back. There we go. Alright. It's this dude's turn. He's going to stay right where he's at, and he's going to smash down on Maven with his great warhammer. Towering over you, that's at disadvantage.
Yes, because I did the patient defense.
Okay, well, that sucks. Yeah, he misses for sure.
Okay.
But he's gonna strike. He's gonna strike again. Nope, not good enough.
Yes.
Yep. All right. That's his turn. He misses you completely. It's Atgar's turn, and he is going to dive into, let's see, 10, 20, 30. Oh, he's going to make it about, nope. What are you doing? Where was he? He was right here. He was here. I love it when these things just stack. 10, 20, 30. Alright, he's going to use his action to throw both of his daggers at that guy. Both hit. One of them is filled with poison. And because he's engaged, he's going to get sneak attack. Ooh, that's real good. That's 23 points of damage. 10 of it is poison. Alright. Atgear just had a pretty decent... Yeah, one of them comes right back to his hand. The other one he's going to have to go and get. It is the small Durgar's turn. He's going to go ahead and swing his Warhammer at Axton. That is a 18.
That is my armor class.
All right. That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Let's see here. Yes. Give me that. I don't think he has... No. Okay, that's it. That's all he does. Maven, that last attack, what didn't happen? He only gets one. So, he didn't hit though. That's gonna end his turn. Yuno is up with Sazros on deck.
Yuno is going to summon a shadow spawn.
All right, go ahead. You've got one of those available to you. In the, there you go.
And Yuno is going to choose that to be the Fear Shadow Spawn.
Okay. What does this creature look like as it is summoned into existence?
A shadowy biped with misshapen that just looks like it would instantly cause fear in the weak-minded.
Okay.
So it gets to add a turn, and it goes right after me.
All right. I will do that for you.
And it obeys verbal commands only, so it does not take a bonus action. So, as my bonus action, I'm going to try to shove this dwarf 5 foot back, which would give Axton a attack of opportunity, if I'm not mistaken.
Where is it going?
So I'm going to try to shove this dude 5 feet.
That would not give him an attack because he's not moving out of his range.
Axton have less range. What if I moved?
I only have a 5 foot range.
That's right, you're not using your halberd, you're using a great axe. Or you're using a battle axe.
Correct.
I think it's a battle axe.
Okay, what if I pull the guy this way out of Maven's range?
You want to pull him into Axton's space or adjacent, like right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
Alright, I'm going to try to telekinetically rip the guy 5 feet out of Maven's.
Oh, that's a natural 1. All right,
He goes
so he is
over here, and Maven gets to
flying over here.
punch him in the back of the head.
Yep, I shall punch him in the back of the head. Here we go. Natural 20.
Whoa!
So
That is the one time is happy that this spell worked.
It's going to be 14 points of damage.
Yuno has been very happy all 3 times that spell has worked.
Out of the 50 times Yuno's tried it,
Yep.
the 3 that it's worked have been beneficial.
All right, he falls unconscious to the ground.
Perfect. Okay.
Nice.
Yep. Awesome.
And Baranor, I believe, do you use a reaction to move your hunter's mark?
I believe it's a bonus action, but let me just check.
Okay, well, we'll just wait till you get your turn back.
Yeah. Bonus action.
And that's gonna do it for Yuno, and then the Shadow Spawn is going to move, and he's gonna try to hit this dude with his attack. Okay. Is a 14 plus 5, 19.
19 hits.
Okay, so 1d12. Would help if I could find my d12s. There we go. So that is 6 plus 3, 9 plus spell level. So 12 points of cold damage.
Cold damage. Okay.
And then,
All right.
as its bonus action, it's going to hide and become invisible. Because it's in dim light.
It is. It is in dim light. It kind of blends in with the wafting smoky trails of this dome. Very cool. And Sazros, you're up.
Alright. Well, let's make this Yuno off a little bit. I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on this smoke field.
Okay. There's no effect because it's actually not a magic item.
Okay.
It's just a giant billowing dome of smoke caused by this bead that was erupted on the ground.
Alright. Well, then that was upsetting. So I'll use my movement. Yep, that's what I'm doing. Select. Use my movement. Come up a little more this way. And I'm going to look over to Axton, and I'm just going to tell him that you were selected to do mighty things with that axe. I know you will do the gods proud. And with that, I give him a diabolic inspiration.
Cha-ching! Nice.
Thank you much, Lick.
Anything else, Sazros?
No, that'll do it for my move.
All right. This guy is going to, and I think I was mistaken when I went through who attacked. Yeah, it wasn't this guy with the warhammer. It was this guy with the axe that attacked you, Maven. So now this guy is actually going to try to attack you. Try to attack you. At disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
Get a proper rolling surface here. One's a natural 20.
Fuck.
But that's not the one I'm going with.
Okay.
The one I'm going with is a total of 18.
That misses.
18 misses you?
Yeah.
19.
As my AC is 19.
Well, all right. You're lucky, man, because that would have sucked.
So bad. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Pounded you flat to the dirt.
Squished you.
For real.
All right. Those old Wile E. Coyote cartoons.
All right, that ends his turn. Cozy, you're next, and Maven, you're the top of the round.
Alrighty. I'm going to just move up right next to Atgear and then cast Guiding Bolt on the guy that just attacked Maven.
All right.
And
That's a ranged spell attack?
That's a ranged spell attack.
Go for it.
Alright, so I get a plus, what to my? Plus 6. Ooh, that's good. 17?
17 is exactly what you needed.
Yeah. Alright, so he takes, I believe, 3d6.
Let's see, what can I give this guy?
46 radiant damage. So that is...
He's all lit up.
10, 16... 22 points of radiant damage.
Woo! 22 points of radiant damage. Nice.
And the next attack roll made against him has advantage.
Which, if I remember the way we read it correctly, could be a magic as long as it's ranged, and a ranged attack as well.
Yes. So any attack roll has advantage.
That's right.
And that'll end my turn for now.
All right, Koza. Maven, you're up. Axton, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going to use my quarterstaff, and I'm going to... Oh no. I hit a button. Sorry, I accidentally hit the back button, and so now I'm not on the screen. Give me one moment. There we go.
No, you're still there.
No, I mean, like, when I,
On the browser.
on the browser, I hit the back button.
Okay.
I was like, oh no.
You just weren't on the website.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Minor temporary setback.
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to do.
There we go. Okay. Got me super zoomed in, so, okay. Back in business. Okay, so I'm going to hit each of these guys that's surrounding me one time. We're going to go left, top, right. With my quarterstaff's two-handed. 11 to hit on the guy to the left.
Doesn't hit.
Big guy in front of me. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay, and then, so he takes, that's the wrong guy. That was worse. 6
Wasn't there
points.
advantage on one of them?
That's the next
The one on the right.
Yeah, the next one has advantage.
Yep, you bet.
Yep, so 6 points to the guy in front of me, damage-wise, and then...
6 points, I.
And then 16 to hit. I rolled 2 8s.
Nope, doesn't hit.
Okay. And I spent a key point to do flurry of blows. That's what that was. That's say that, but that's what happened. And then because I have the mobile feat, because I hit them with the melee attack, whether it hits or not, I can move out of their range without them getting an attack of opportunity on me. I'm going to move back behind the tall guy over here.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. The Duragar, they are resistant to poison. I gotta reduce a little bit of damage from Atgear's dagger strike. Okay. Sorry about that.
And then that is everything I can do at the moment.
Okay. You will notice that behind you, and you will have remembered this from when you were watching the chariot race at the opening ceremonies, those 4 posts that are in the kind of the inside 4 quadrants of the stadium, they are about 10 feet tall. They have chains dangling from them, and they're about 10 feet wide. And between those 4 posts, look like they're made of like an iron or a steel. Between them are two large statues that are about 10 feet wide and about 20 feet long and about 10 to 15 feet tall. And they're brass and bronze statues with stone bases of mounted warriors. And there are scratches and deep gouges all along them. It looks like some people may have used them for cover or climbing on top of them during these games. So it's just something that you notice while you're over there.
That's good.
All right. Axton with Baranor on deck.
Hey, my visibility, is it like low vision? Am I able to see anything, or?
It's just dim light. You do not have, nothing is obscured.
Okay. Just trying to think what I should do here. That one's down. I'm going to switch over to my halberd. I do like my halberd.
Okay.
I'll attack this one from where I am, I suppose. Oh, sorry, that's on an advantage. That's 11.
Yep, 11 does not hit, unfortunately.
Actually, will I use my bardic inspiration for that? No, I won't. My second attack. Another 11, so I miss.
Yep, you in the foray of you switching out weapons, you swiped before you had a really good grip, and your halberd ended up kind of like almost flying out of your hands, and you had to kind of grab it really quick. And in an effort to make up for it, by the time you slashed, you noticed that the Duragar had disappeared into the smoke just enough to where it made it difficult for you to gauge depth, and missed, unfortunately, with that one as well.
Okay, I'm going to move over here.
Mm-hmm.
And, let's see, do I have any bonus actions? No, I will end my turn.
All right. Baranor, you're up.
Right. Doesn't obscure actual vision.
Repeat that?
No,
Alright, cool.
it just dims the light.
Just dims the light. Alright, I'm going to bonus action shift my hunter's mark to the guy on the right.
Okay.
Lower right. Okay. Alright. Now I'm going to take 2 shots at him.
Pew pew.
So much better.
Yep.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Alright, 2, 6, and then it's a D6 for the fire. So, 6 and 5.
Nice. 5 being fire damage. All right.
Second shot.
He's not looking too hot. That one's looking a little rough. Ooh, nice.
And the 10 piercing, 4 fire.
All right. Yeah, you got him in his shoulder and in his kind of his ribs area. Now there's kind of fire snaking up his torso.
Nice.
Not looking too great at all. Very, very, very hurt.
All right. That's my. I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. All right. This guy on the top here, he hasn't been hit by anybody, and he's really not looking forward to this creature that has been summoned made of smoke. So he's going to actually move away. Hold on, let me get that guy out of the way. He's going to move out of the way.
For sure, Maven hit him.
No, I missed.
Oh, okay.
I missed, yeah.
And he's going to move all the way down here, but Maven, you definitely get an attack of opportunity.
Awesome. No, that's 11.
11 does not hit. And Axton, you see him bring up these two large, jagged, almost rectangular shaped swords. And he brings them both down on top of your armor.
Hang on, I forgot to add my hunter's mark damage to the to that one that I had hunter's mark.
Okay. That should be two. Two hunter's mark damage.
Yep. So I'll just roll 2d6.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So 10 damage. Nice.
He's out.
All right,
He's out. All right. So Axton, that's a natural 20. Go away. There. So that is going to be his. Yeah. Why does it have so many things? Oh, I see, because he can throw stuff. Oh, he's not going to throw these, though. So that's going to be... That's going to be 12 points of slashing damage down on top of you. Actually, no, sorry, that's times 2. That's 16 points of slashing damage on top of you, Mr. Axton Woodman Bloom. But that's going to end his turn. And then his buddy is going to brave the Shadow Spawn and attempt to hit it. Right? Is he? What's the deal with the Shadow Spawn and fear? Can I approach this guy or what?
You can approach him. He's just hidden. So your attack would be a disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay, one's a 4, one's a 2.
No,
I mean that's that's just to keep it on the up and up. That's a 8 and a 6.
No.
Okay, he missed hard. That's going to end his turn. Atgeir is next. Atgeir is going to approach here. Actually, he can make it. Oh, damn it. He can make it to here. So he's flanking, which already gives him advantage with your Shadow Spawn, right? And that's going to be a 19 to hit, which that definitely hits. So he gets a sneak attack, and he gets poison. $15 points, and oh boy, 6 divided by 2 because he's resistant is 3, so 18 points of damage. This guy goes down. Mike, wherever you are, you just killed it.
Yay!
Julio.
And let's take him off the rotation. All that's left is their buddy, which you have left. You are there. You are next. Jesus, my freaking brain.
I'm going to just huck a firebolt at him.
Okay.
Oh, reliable.
That's 25
That hits.
to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And
there we go. All right, you hit it with a blast from your Shadow Spawn. Okay. Sazaros, what would you like to do?
All right. I am going to move, come up right up to here, and poke at it with Anthem's Edge.
Cool.
Boy.
And miss with Anthem's Edge.
Yikes. The smoke is just too much for you. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And
Bonus action movement?
I'm going to use a bonus action to cast Healing Word on Axton.
Right on.
And that is... You get 6 points back. You're welcome.
All right. Koza, you're up.
Alrighty. I'm going to run behind this guy, so I'm flanking with Sazaros. And then while I'm running, I'm gonna cast Shillelagh on my staff.
All right.
And then once I'm there, I want to just crack him in the knee and cast Inflict Wounds on him.
Ooh,
You do all that in one round.
Love that.
Can you do all of that in one turn?
Well,
Shillelagh's a bonus action.
Shillelagh's a bonus action, and this is one action.
you're good.
So
Okay.
I'm going
That's
to.
kind of like a lot, but hey, cool if it works.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a melee attack. That is a 25 to hit.
Are you making a melee attack, or are you casting Inflict Wounds?
As a part of Inflict Wounds, it says make a melee attack.
Oh, okay. So you have to hit him. I got it.
Yeah, and that's a 25 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Okay, so he takes 3d10 necrotic damage. Let me find my d10s. Okay, so he takes 19 points of necrotic damage. Would I add my staff's damage? Because it says for Shillelagh that the weapon's damage becomes a d8. Would I add that to damage?
Well, I'm confused. Shillelagh is a bonus action, right?
Yes.
That's just to turn it into a melee weapon.
No, that's to turn it into a magic weapon. Because so
Well,
now
I know.
I can use.
But I'm saying that's the bonus action. It's
Yes.
turning it into a weapon.
Right.
Then you can either hit with it or you can cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay.
So you can do one or the other. So you
All
can
right.
hit with it. You can hit with it, or you can cast Inflict Wounds, which would be touch.
Yeah, I'll just cast Inflict Wounds.
Okay. And
So that's-
what was the damage on that?
19.
How you want to do this?
Yeah. I want as I hit his knee, I want the necrotic energy to just like instantly chew through his knee, and I want him to just topple over and have his body like slowly disintegrate.
All right. That
Like,
horrible, traumatic
whack through a
scene
zombie.
unfolds. Yeah, his body starts to shrivel, and these black veins start to erupt across his legs, and the veins bulge and shatter and send this black lightning energy that shoots up his body, and his body just basically splits in half, and he begins to slowly dissolve into like a heap of melted plastic.
Nice.
You see from the bottom of the screen. Oh, I just went too far. Right around this area here, you see these little goblins in little tiny tunics and suits of armor. They jump out from a cage attached to the floor, which is where you guys came out from, and they drag the Duragar bodies away, just as this big giant smoke dome dissipates. Yay! Now, I'll just say that as you've noticed that as this has been happening, there have been groups that have been tangling with each other, moving around the map. all up in each other's business, getting close to each other, backing away. Some of them have disappeared, like this whole group is gone. This group, it's 3 guys holding on to 2 look like lizard-type drakes of some kind. These groups moved up here. This is the man with the zombies has been destroyed. Some of the groups have fallen to their knees and given up. And I'm gonna have 3 different recordings to piece together. That'll be fun. Anyway, so the map, the groups up here, like the Hydras, the Hydra. Unfortunately, it'd be really cool if you guys could fight the Hydra, but when I rolled, and the Hydra and his handlers have been destroyed. Oh, it was a young Hydra. Yeah, it was a young Hydra. However, the group of gnomes with the automaton hobbles over in your direction. So, I'll leave it to a vote to the group. Do you guys want to re-roll initiative, or keep your initiative and I'll roll these guys in?
Re-roll.
Reroll. Yes. Okay.
All right.
I'm fine with mine, but okay.
Yeah, I was fine with mine too.
Okay, reroll.
Okay.
Consensus. So how do I do?
Okay.
No longer trusts the automated initiative roll.
That's a 13 for me.
All right. He got a 22. Now you will notice that this guy is kind of hanging back, and you get the feeling. I'll say that while you guys were in the while you were downstairs in the basement, you were told specifically that some of these groups, the handlers of these beasts or whatever, are not part of the foray and are to be left alone, and that Tomlin's Tinkerers, which is this group, they are the gnomes themselves are operating or serving as repairs to this creature, and that they are not to be harmed. They're simply entering the automaton into this grouping.
I got a 23, but it didn't add it to the turn order.
Okay.
And I got 13.
And then the shadow spawn would get added right behind me.
Okay.
Maven, you did roll your initiative with advantage?
I did, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, okay.
All right, everybody in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Okay, let's see here. Let's do this. There.
And once again, I'm dead last. Oh, never mind.
All right, you're up.
Dino's just gonna huck a firebolt at it.
Okay.
And 16?
16 does not hit. Your firebolt ricochets harmlessly off of its carapace. This thing looks pristine, like it wasn't... Whatever it was doing with the other groups before, it didn't really cause much damage. There's a little bit of scratching here, some loose wires there. There's a little bit of a breach in part of its joint, but for the most part, it looks pretty well put together.
Okay, Yuno's going to try to shove it back. He needs to make a strength save.
That is a 15.
That fails. It gets pushed back 5 feet.
Bloop. Actually, In which direction? This way?
Yeah.
Okay, so both of these guys move. Okay. Alright, your shadow spawn is up. Now, mind you, you could attack this automaton, or you could go after somebody else that's within its range. You're not limited to just the automaton, it's just the nearest thing to you is all.
Oh, we can't attack its handlers, right?
No.
They're off limits.
Alright, so the shadow spawn's gonna bamf over to here. And it's going to strike at them. And 17 plus 5. 23.
23, that hits.
Well, I would freaking hope so. Otherwise, we're not going to have a good time. Okay, that is 11 plus 3 plus 3. 17. 17 points of cold damage.
Cold damage. Okay.
And it is no longer in dim light, so it cannot hide. It's just going to stand there and take it.
You said cold damage? Okay, gotcha. Alright, does not have any kind of resistance to that at all. You notice that it took about the same amount of damage as you'd expect. Alright. It is the automaton's turn. He is going to bluster past your shadow spawn, who now gets an opportunity of attack. He's going to move right into this range here. Nope, right there. And he's going to... So go ahead and make an opportunity of attack for the shadow spawn. Hey, you know.
Oh, sorry. I was
okay.
on mute.
It's okay.
$17.
17 does not hit. And he is going to perform a whirlwind blade attack, and he's going to catch Atgeir, Koza, and Axton. That is a 26 to hit.
Yep.
Alright. That is going to be 17 points of slashing damage, and I need you all to make dexterity saving throws. As this creature's body, this bulbous body, 4 of its spinning bladed arms, it starts to rotate and catches all of you with these spinning blades that digs into your arms and legs. Alright, Axton, you're good.
I got a 7.
Alright, you are prone. And Edgar is not prone, he is good to go. So you are... Alright. That's going to end his turn, though. Stazros, you're next.
All right. Back up a scooch right here. And I am going to strike...
Sorry, this guy comes with him.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said he strikes up a discordant harmony on his lute and casts Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. I'm trying to look up if there's a way I can get around that. Just looking up the spell. Okay. A deafened creature automatically succeeds on the save. I would say, since he doesn't have ears and doesn't hear anything, I would say he saves on that. You know what? That's not fun. I'm gonna roll for that. He's taking orders from one of the other gnomes, so I'm gonna say he can hear it. So that's a wisdom save, yes?
That is correct.
Okay. Give you a fighting chance at least. Come on, DM. All right, that's a 15.
Yeah, it makes it, so he takes half damage.
Okay.
So 4 psychic damage.
4 psychic damage. Okay. You notice that the damage that you would have caused to him doesn't take effect at all. It seems that he is not affected by psychic damage whatsoever.
Okay, good to know.
Just something to point out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That gonna end it for you?
Yes.
All right. Maven, you're up.
Okie dokie. Right there. Okay, so.
Great kneecaps.
There we go. Gonna move over here. I'm just gonna start beating the crap out of it with my fist. Okay, so first hit is 17.
17 does not hit.
Second one is 26.
26 does hit.
Would be 11 points of damage.
All right, 11 points.
We're gonna take. Okay, I'm gonna spend the key point and do patient defense.
Okay.
And
You are running low on key points.
I'm keeping track. I have 3 left.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'm keeping track.
Okay. Who made a circle? Who made a circle on my map?
Almost like trying to make a smiley face.
This circle reeks of
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yeah, that's me. I'm just trying to figure something out.
All right, Baranor, you're up with Koza on deck.
All right. Bonus action, Zephyr Strike.
Ooh.
And then I'm going to take one of my few remaining magic arrows. Shot that at him. Oh, that should be with advantage. Sorry.
We'll just roll again.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good either.
17 does not hit. Baranor not making his mark today.
I know. Okay.
What is going on?
Slept wrong or something. I don't know. All right. Shit. Well, second
Your
attack.
arrows glance right off of his very hardened bronze-like carapace.
All right. Second attack. 22.
22 just hits.
All right. All right. So that's. All right. So five piercing damage, and then 8 fire and force damage. And then I roll another D8 for Zephyr Strike. So 4 more force damage, and then do I still have the flame arrows?
I would assume so. Is that concentration?
That's concentration.
Shoot, I forgot to add a frickin' turn for Adgear. Damn it. Ugh.
So our flame arrow still up, or is that concentration down?
Yeah, it's still up. I haven't done anything to break my concentration.
You got walloped with blades.
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, would that break?
It would if you fail your con save. Make a con save. Get 10 or
Okay.
half the damage.
All right. Let me just. Constitution saving throw.
Yep.
All right. 11.
11. Yeah, I believe that makes it.
All right.
Yes.
So that'll be.
I didn't do 22 points of damage for sure.
So total for that attack is 5 piercing, 8 fire and force damage from the arrow, 4 force damage from Zephyr Strike, and 5 from the flame arrows.
All right. That is pretty good making up for missing.
Yeah, I'm down to 1 of those arrows though. So, all right. Turn.
Yeah, your arrow imbued with Zephyr at force energy and just flaming out the wazoo. You actually catch it in a joint and it explodes, blasting one of the joints in its leg apart. And now one of its legs is kind of dangling, kind of in a funny, odd angle. And the spinning blade at the end of it has stopped moving.
Sweet.
All right, hold on. I got a frickin'. I rolled pretty good for Atgear, but I forgot to include him in the damn turn order. So yeah, I'm gonna have him do something. He's already there. He's going to stab it, and he's gonna have sneak attack, but that's gonna miss. Oh wait, that's advantage. That's a natural 1. That's definitely gonna miss. Oh well. All right, Koza, you're up. Axton, you're next.
All right. I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at 2nd level.
You are prone.
Oh. Well, I'll first unprone myself.
Okay. You are unproned.
And then I'll cast Guiding Bolt at 2nd level.
Cool.
That is a 18.
18 misses.
Oh, man.
It's a tough one. Tough nut to crack.
Wasted a 2nd level spell slot.
Yep. All right. You want to use the rest of your movement or a bonus action?
Well, if I move anywhere, I'm leaving his melee attack range, so no.
All right. It is. Because I don't think you have a bonus action, do you, Koza?
Nope.
Okay. You know you're next. Uh-huh. That's correct. Okay. Just barely out. But don't you have precision attack? Okay, up to you. Only need 1. Yeah. Okay. Okay. $22 hits. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. You said strength? That's a natural 18.
Ooh.
He's a strong boy. Okay. Okay. Just needed 2. Ah. Bad luck, man. Bad luck. That's a shame. Okay. Okay. On that, he's going to use his only legendary action, and this little guy right here is going to climb aboard. And you see this little gnome with a couple of tools in his hand climbs on the back of the automaton. And you see him start like pulling on wires and pulling wires together and tying them and wrapping them up and kind of hitting something with a hammer, like a plate, back into place, and sort of doing some minor repairs. And then he hops back off. He's going to gain back 9 points.
Now,
9 points of damage.
by doing that, didn't he just directly become part of the combat?
Well, no. It's a legendary action for the creature to be able to repair itself, and
repairing him.
Yeah. Not really. All right. You're up.
Speaking of that, is going to cast Fireball. Fireball. I'm going to center it in the middle of this circle, so it is only going to hit Giant Spider Dude. It will miss Axton, and it will miss the gnome who, quote unquote, isn't in the combat. It needs to make a dex saving throw.
Yeah, it got a 12.
It fails, so it is going to take 31 points of fire damage.
31. Not too shabby. It is ablaze. It doesn't have any kind of resistances against fire either, so you are good to go. You notice that there's little ports and holes along where it looks like oil is oozing out. It has caught flames, so now there's all these little shoots of flame all over the carapace of the body.
Then I'm going to try to shove it as a bonus action this way, towards this dude.
All right.
Him out of Axton's range.
That is going to be another 12.
He fails. He gets pushed 5 feet, and any of these people should get an opportunity of attack. At Gear, Maven, Stazaros.
I would say only Stazaros only Koza and I would say only Koza. Yeah. Yeah, Axton's not out of his range yet. He's got a 15-foot cube, and he's technically still within his range. So only Koza.
All right. Well, let me roll that real quick. Hang on. Ooh, natural 20.
Does he have his halberd or his battle axe? Because he switched off again.
He's now got his battle axe.
Okay. Is that also a 10-foot reach, same as his halberd?
No.
Okay. I see. Okay, thanks.
All right. So that's a natural 20.
All right.
So that's a D8 plus my... Is it plus my...
No, it's a D8 doubled.
It's just a D8.
Plus your D8 doubled plus your mod.
Okay, so that is 10 plus 3, so 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
You bludgeoned him. You see, as you hit him with your shillelagh, you notice one of the plates on the side of his body just go tink in, and like these sparks erupt from the inside.
Cool.
All right. You know your shadow spawn is next.
Alright, so he's going to use half his movement. So he's going to go back and over to here, and then Eno's going to do some math. Maybe. Oh. I somehow lost my measuring.
You just have to click the little ruler thingy.
The ruler thing disappeared, which is why I'm having...
Well, why though?
Because Roll20 is a piece of shit?
There's a lot of things about Roll20 I wish were different.
Okay, so the Shadow Spawn is going to use his Dreadful Scream, and the gnome, who is not in combat, and this is not a attack, so it doesn't technically break any of the rules, but this dude and this dude need to make wisdom saving throws or they're going to be frightened.
Okay. The gnome got a 14.
That fails.
And the automaton got worse.
They both fail. They are now frightened.
So now they can't get any closer to the shadow spawn. What's a good frightened?
And now the shadow spawn's going to move.
Where?
And he's going to...
Looks like it's cowering.
Attack the automaton.
Okay. Hit it.
That is a 19.
Alright. 19 misses.
Okay, it's still frightened of me, though.
Yes, it can't get any closer, which is as close as it can get. That is true. Okay, so it is going to fly into its whirlwind blade attack, which is going to be at disadvantage against everybody. So this is going to affect the Shadow Spawn, Atgeir, Maven, and Axton. And it's not going to hit the gnome, don't worry. That is totally going to miss the Shadow Spawn. That is double 17s plus 5 is 22 on Atgeir. Okay.
I'm going to use... why isn't it just one roll for everybody, since it's like one big swing?
That is how I did it. So it rolled a 8 and a 5, so it misses. Yeah, it misses all of you. That is how I did it.
Okay, so everybody missed. Okay.
It missed everybody.
Okie dokie.
All right. All right, it's Atgeir's turn. Atgeir's going to stabby. With advantage, because he is... Actually, you know what? He's going to move right here so that he has flanking. Now he has advantage. That's still not good enough. That's a 20. He's going to attack with his offhand, though. That's much better. That's a 23. So he gets sneak attack. He gets attack for his dagger. All right, yeah, he sinks his dagger right into this thing's joint and twists, and one of its legs sparks and separates from the body. He has severed one of the legs off. This thing's looking pretty hurt, guys. Pretty hurt indeed. Sazros, you are next.
I am next. All right. Well, it worked for the boulet, so I'm going to draw my hand crossbow and shoot it.
Cool.
Ding.
Well, the boulet's hide was made of platinum, and this thing's hide is made of brass, but somehow the brass held up because your little bolt just skitters off the top of its armored body. And meanwhile, as you're all seeing this, some of these groups are dropping. Like, these guys are gone because they actually yielded. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, objects. Yeah, there we go. These guys are gone. These guys have dropped dead. And the Moon Boys are gone. These guys are now engaging, and one of their lizards is dead. Actually, I can't remove one. I can't remove both of them because they're together. One of the Hammered Pride people is unconscious. And these two have just about killed each other. These two guys, these two groups. Over here. All right. Little housekeeping. Sazros, what you doing?
Silently weeping.
All right, Maven, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to hit this thing, hopefully, with my staff, two-handed twice, like one overhand, one under.
Okay.
15, because I'm rolling like shit today, and a 10.
Both fail.
Jesus. And happy. Tink, tink. Nothing happens. Awesome. Okay. I'm just gonna be really bad and stay where I am.
Interesting point of order. An automaton cannot be frightened. It has immunity to being charmed. So I'm gonna say that last roll was not a disadvantage.
Charmed is not the same as frightened.
No. It's immune. It cannot be frightened, and it's immune to charm. His little buddy though is definitely frightened. And that last roll that I made, that was an 8 and a 5. So even if he used one of them, it wouldn't have counted, or it wouldn't have hit. He would have missed everybody.
So the gnome is afeared, but the machine is not.
Yeah, technically he can't be repaired until. Well, I say he could be repaired. He just can't be. He can't really. I'm trying to think of a way I can apply a penalty to that. I'll figure something out. I'll make it fair. Fair's fair. All right, Maven, anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
Baranor!
All right, Hunter's Mark. This big ass thing.
Yep. Let's Hunter's Mark this thing.
All right. And then I'm going to... is concentration broken yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to shoot armor piercing at it. That's not good.
Ow.
Second shot. No.
Oh my gosh.
I'm terrible right now.
Sucked me.
Yeah. I mean, those are really high rolls. This thing just has high AC.
It's just hard as fuck to hit.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty quick, and it's got a pretty hard carapace.
All right, well, that's all I can do.
All right, Koza.
Okay. I'm sorry, Baranor, but I'm going to have to break concentration on you because I want to cast Moonbeam on this sucker.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to center it right in the middle of his face.
Okie doke.
I need a Constitution saving throw out of him.
Oh.
He's got to beat a 16.
Yeah, let's see if he does it. That's a natural 19.
Oh, come on! He still takes
Plus
half
4.
damage. That's okay. That's okay. He still
22.
takes half damage.
Right on.
Okay. So that's 2d10 radiant damage. So he takes... Oh, hang on. Ah, come on. He takes 15 points of radiant damage.
Woo!
Right on his face.
Yeah, he takes all of it too.
And I believe he has to keep making that save. Yes, he has to keep making that save whenever he starts his turn on that, in that space.
All right, well, let's make an object here. Let's do a circle. How big is a circle, Noah?
It's only 5 feet, so
Okay.
we'll say that.
Oh, okay. Dang it. I keep making things. Ah, I just killed it.
No! Yay, we killed it!
Dang it. Hold on. Son of a bitch. This is what I mean. Roll 20 can be so cool. And it doesn't
feel it,
suck. Alright, let me... Jeez. Alright, now these have to move.
A
Nope.
monster that's sold is kept in their place.
I'm gonna get rid of the green one.
Okay.
Alright, and now I have to add a frickin' turn again. And let's see, it went after, if I remember correctly, it went after
We're down.
Dazaros.
Yeah, it's gonna go down 1.
Isn't it over to the right, Scottsheet, as well?
Nope.
No.
No, that's where it was.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, what a pain in the butt. It goes after Sazaros. So we'll call that 14. All right. Blah 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 blah. Okay. See, now it won't let me move this stupid thing. There's a circle there forever now, I guess.
Okay, I'll just draw a new one.
Okay.
I keep making
I got
sense.
it.
You know what? I'm just gonna
I got it.
We're all getting a little punch drunk here.
Get those out of there.
Let me see.
Yeah, okay.
Why won't it let
enough.
me? I'm just gonna throw it in. There's just circles in the crowd now.
Okay. All right. There is a circle of Moonbeam now.
Okay, good. As long as he starts his turn in that space, he has to keep making his con save.
All right, fair enough. Not looking too good, by the way. This thing's looking pretty hurt. There's sparks flying all over it. And Akir you would be reminded at what the Iron Golem looked like when you guys first fought it in the dungeon under Diasmorgian Fortress. Kind of similar, just sparks and a little bit of flame flying off of tears and wounds in it. After that, I'm going to say it's going to use this legendary action, and this little guy's going to climb on top of it again. However, he's afraid, so I'm going to say he's going to have a bit of a penalty. So whatever he gets, I'm going to reduce it by half. All right, he's able to repair for 6 total hit points.
Nice.
And you see him just kind of nervously looking over the Shadow Spawn while he's working, and sweat pouring down his face. And then he hops back off and gets behind his buddy over here. He's going to stay right there. Otherwise, he would get an opportunity. That's it. All right. Axton. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of for flavor that he's hopping on top of it, but that's what he's doing. I don't understand why I can't grab this circle. Oh, that's why, because you guys are a group. I'm going to move you real quick, Axton. Aha. Okay. What? $25 hits, indeed. 16 damage. Are you hitting it with the Lion's Head axe? All right, with a roar from your axe, you sink it into the eye hole of this thing, and all of a sudden you see all of the inner workings and all the lights suddenly shut off, and the thing collapses on the ground. How do you want to do this?
Yay!
Right in through the eye, yeah. Your Lion's Head axe, there's like, you hear this emitting roar sound. None of the rest of you hear this. This is just for you. And you hear the Lion's Head axe sink about 4 inches into this thing's eye lens, shattering the glass. There's sparks that erupt on either side of the blade. All of the lights that are emitting from the inside of this thing, they just, and the whole midsection just slumps on the ground as the legs can no longer hold its weight. It is gone.
Yes.
Yay! We did it!
We did it!
And as you gaze around the rest of the stadium, looking you have kind of a who's next kind of a look about you. You notice there is only one group standing. It is Hammered Pride.
Wow.
And they are all beaten and out of breath. Everybody else is gone. They're gone. They're gone. These guys right here. They're kind of like. They're kind of giving you the same look of who's next.
Why? That would be us.
Just hucks a fireball right at him. right in the middle of them, and just no chill, no second to catch your breath. Just here is a fireball coming right at your face.
Given.
And what level is that?
It's a 3rd level spell.
Okay, so this lady sees you do that, and she's gonna twist her hand, and she's gonna counterspell the shit out of you.
And I'm gonna counterspell shit out of her.
I'm gonna counterspell her.
I'm gonna counterspell.
I'm gonna counterspell your counterspell.
No, she can't, because she already used her reaction. So,
all right, go ahead and roll your. They're all gonna take a. That's a dex
they
save,
gotta make
right?
a dex save. Yep.
All right, this guy's already unconscious, so he fails.
Yeah, he's gonna have a real bad time.
0 F's given today.
Okay, so this one got a 19. This one got a 15. What do I have to beat? Let me just say that.
16.
Okay, so this one failed.
16 takes half.
20. This one has evasion. That's a 18, so she takes nothing. And let's see here. And that's a 13. Okay, so this guy failed. She passed.
So,
and she takes
full
nothing.
is 32, half is 16.
All right.
Damn.
This one. Oh, come on. Oh, God, I hate this fucking program. This one's out.
Yes.
This one's out. The rest of them are not. And you hear a really loud horn. The music dies down. And hold on a minute. Stop abruptly.
Everyone stop having fun.
A hush falls over the crowd.
Man's like getting ready to run over there.
Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Come on. Work with me, please.
Oh, you just won't.
Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. A large disc containing that elven wizard descends as the crowd rises to a full froth. And let me see here. Oh God. I do not want 57 songs to start playing. Wow. 97 songs?
Play them all.
Just go.
Jeez.
Just do it.
Just a cacophony of chaos.
Hey, Mr. DJ.
What
That was a bad idea. I gotta fix that. I don't want the whole playlist, I just want the one song. Let's just go with this. What the heck?
Are you really gonna go beat her up?
There's a huge uproar as this fireball just detonates, blasting two of the members, joining their other already unconscious friend. And you hear this loud blasting horn come over the entire stadium, and you see people start to drag away the bodies of the unconscious, and this elf who's been sort of the master of ceremonies at this point, he descends from his floating disc. There we go. Jeez. How long does it take? Oh my God. Here we go. So, he descends and comes between the two of you, and your group, you're just like, you're out of breath, and you're just like, you have blood on your tongue, and you're just like, let me at him, and the rest of their group is the same way. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. And this elf descends between the two of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our finalists. We have the Crown Collectors and Hammered Pride. The team battle will conclude in 1 hour, allowing each team to rest and recuperate and regroup for a final. He smashes his hands together. Head-to-head battle for the Ellington Classic Team Contest. We shall have a brief intermission. Please visit our concession stands and fill your yards of ale and return here in 1 hour's time. And then all of you kind of collapse a little on the backs of your heels like, oh, God damn it, thank God. And you can see the other team, they just kind of, they give you all kind of a nod and see you in an hour. And the two of you are kind of escorted to opposite sides of the field, and to allow yourselves a bit of respite and rest and relaxation, and kind of gather yourselves and plan for what to do. That being said, all of you not only get to apply a short rest, so do with that as you will, but you all level up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I got evasion now.
Oh, shit.
And I
David
regained
is going to be impossible to hit.
and I just regained all my key points.
So you all get a short rest, but you also get to level up. We are obviously going to end for the night and pick up here in 2 weeks. So you guys have 2 weeks to kind of jockey around. You can imagine that you guys are all sort of like huddled in a corner of a dark corner of the downstairs area of the arena, and you're kind of patching up wounds and curing each other and getting what you will from a a short rest. It's not going to be a long rest, so you don't get all your hit points or all your spell slots back, but you do get a little reprieve and a chance to figure out exactly what you want to do with these new abilities that some of you may have, and you just feel a little more empowered after this long slog of a fight with all of these different kinds of characters. And we will pick...
Just trying to remember, we're advancing to 8th level?
No, 7.
7th level. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Please tell me you have not been operating at a 7th level all this time.
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, you get to advance to 7th level. So whatever that means. If anybody is multi-classing, please let me know what you plan to do. I will go through with you with your. We can do that separately. It's getting late, and I'm hungry. I want to eat. I'm sure some of you feel the same.
Fair.
You already know mine, so.
Yeah, I do. So we'll reconvene in 2 weeks' time. Great job. That was an awesome time. I know the smithing was a little bit more focused on one character, but I felt that went well as to be sure. And it's gonna be a fun time on seeing how this battle concludes. I'm just bringing up my thingy here. It's looking like the 26th of March, if that works for everybody, will be our next session.
I ain't got no plans.
Pretty sure it works for me.
Yeah, it's my day to work, but we'll hope the stars align and I'm able to participate.
Yeah, we'll see. And if not, I have no problem playing your character. I know I'll be playing Adgear anyway. And you can always text me with things that you'd like to see happen or things like that. So, that was a lot of fun.
That was so much fun.
I'm glad we were able to go late. I'm glad that didn't hinder anybody's plans because it was kind of one of those sessions that kind of had a lot going on. So I will see all of you in 2 weeks.
All right. Peace out, everybody.
Yep.
See ya.
Bye.
Later.